I will say it's so
Hey
hard to
everyone.
time bobbing to a delay.
It's true, the delay.
It's true.
There is a program that I think will help with that, but I cannot remember which one it was, but there is one that will help. So, hi everyone, how are you? Welcome to our finale, the last episode of Fate of Cthulhu, the return of Carcosa. And I want to thank everyone who is here and watching us for this final episode, whether or not you're watching us live or over on YouTube. Thank you, everyone. Hello, hello. Wave. Oh, DMC takedown in 3, 2, 1. Hey, nobody knows what song I was singing. Nobody knows. I want to thank you for being here. Before I get into the whole big thing, I want to say there are a couple ways in which you can support us. And I feel like one of the first ways that you can support us is by retweeting our going live tweet. It has been retweeted currently. I'm just going to check. We have, it looks like 8 retweets and 4 quote tweets. That's 12. That's what it looks like to me. And if, for example, we get 20 retweets or quote retweets, something positive will happen to this group, which I feel like they may need. just saying, put it out there. They might need it. And if you hit 30 retweets, then something nice will happen to me, which I definitely need. I need nice things happen to me all the time. The nice thing that happens to them is called a boon. The nice thing that happens to me is called a bane for them. And then if you hit 40 retweets, then they will also get another boon. For every 5 subs or resubs, they will get a special fate point that they can use to help themselves out in this coming situation, which will be very difficult for them. They have a lot of fate points, but they're going to need them. Do you actually have as many fate points as you might need to get everything you need going? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I think you technically have enough fate points. So you're going to have to work real hard. Work real hard. Also, I'm noticing some bits at the moment coming in. Thank you. I suppose I should note that for $5, if you want to donate, so donating helps out the cast, pay for the cast, and helps keep the internet running and the VMix subscription, all that kind of stuff. And for $5, you can create a new aspect in the scene. So far, we've had Kitchen Bratlin and Roller 300 giving us, and also Ifrithiel, donating for some aspects, and they will help or hinder or impact the scene that the players are in some way. For $10, you can help one of the players, which is one of the players can shift down a consequence, which is good. And then, of course, for $15, you can turn back time, which is what Cher always tells you, and that will remove one corruption for one of our heroes on their corruption clock. And there is one other donation. It is a one-time only donation called a miracle. The Elder Sign protects, and this miracle can be invoked once, only one time, only one person can do it, one time only, and that is going to be a big miracle that will help them in a very, very big way to help save somebody's life or help save the timeline. But it is one of those things where it'll have a big, huge impact. At the very least, it will be a positive. It'll be a positive for the timeline to help them move closer to that. Speaking of which, timelines. Hey, Half-Arsed, I know you're up in the sky. Could you show our audience the timeline, if you wouldn't mind, so they can see it? Just so they can see what it looks like. At the moment, if you look at this timeline that we're in, they've worked really hard to bring up the Great Old One, which is right over here. This is the main timeline situation, from being all negative to being only more negative than neutral. So right now, if the Great Old One rises how it is right now, humanity's all going to die. So that's bad. They'll just rise maybe more slowly than they died in the original timeline. So our heroes are trying real hard to get some positives up on that timeline, and we will see what we can do. And they're going to maybe need your help to do so, but we'll see how it happens. You know what though? Or they could just be fine with the Great Old One just rising and doing the things that the King in Yellow wants to do, all of which I'm sure will be fine for the King in Yellow. Thank you for the timeline, Half-Arched Hermit. If you will notice, I am currently wearing my other hat and a mask, and this is for no reason whatsoever. I wouldn't even be worried about it. Like, it doesn't indicate anything. There's nothing bad. But speaking of, it's fine. But besides tipping and retweeting and all of that sort of goodness, I also want to thank our sponsors and affiliates because without them, it would be really difficult to do what we do. Although I will also say, for the record, we couldn't do what we do without you all because what we're doing, we're actually doing here for you. You're the whole point of why we're here in the first place. So I want to thank first and foremost, number one in my hearts would be all of you cast members, because when I see you all in chat, I'm inspired to torture my players. And so the more you are, the more I torture them. And I feel like that's great for everyone. I mean, for me, and also you in chat. And that's what matters. Look, I say that, but you just have to know that my players, they tell me things in DMs. They're like, "Hey, Trooper," I was like, "What?" They're like, "What would happen if my character did insert bad idea here?" And then I say, "Yeah, that's a great idea." So I want to thank. Please say it. Please say it, Jackie Dash. I know it.
They're not bad ideas. They're good ideas that just have bad consequences.
And really, we should maybe even not say bad consequences, generally speaking. They're really good consequences for sometimes otherworldly creatures. And so, like, it's a win other option for, like, everyone all around.
Well, this is like a Bob Ross thing, right? There's like, they're not bad things. They're just happy little consequences.
Yeah, that's all. They're just happy little consequences that sometimes involve corruption, but it's cool. It's cool. So to thank our affiliates, I want to say thanks to all of our sponsors. Christopher Gray, who did The Great American Witch, which I hope you've been watching. Broken Dice, which is the Not On Chronicles. Black Void Games, which is Black Void. Mighty Narwhal, which is Mora, also good times. Also Schmunchy Games, which does Parslings. Arcana Media, which is Nibiru. Evil Hat Productions, which does Fate of Cthulhu, and also another game that I'm gonna tell you in a moment about at the end of the show. So check them out. Check out all their games. Check out the companies. They're really wonderful. And of course, I would like to say big thanks for our two affiliates. Grinding Coffee, which is a Black LGBTQ plus owned coffee business that also delivers shipping to your house, and you can get an affiliate link. We have an affiliate link, which is Penny for a Tail, which will give you a discount code on that coffee. And I would say you might want that coffee because the coffee might be the only thing that protects you from the King in Yellow. If, for example, you have been transported to a magical, mystical space where everything is fine, and you're on a cafe at a table by the beach, and then you're like, how do I wake up from this nightmare that seems so pleasant? Grinding Coffee, that will do it for you. So cup of grinding coffee, it'll wake you up from the dreams of the bad spaces, and you'll be
It's
better
than spending 5 fate points.
It is. It's better than spending 5 fate points. It's grinding coffee. And also Dungeons and Dice. They are a place where you can get dungeons. What I mean to say is dice. The dice are better for you. They involve less, dankness, usually fewer skeletons involved in dice rather than dungeons. So you should go there, and if you use the affiliate link, Penny for a Tail, you will get 10% off, and that also helps us. So go there for your dice needs. And with all of that said, I want to introduce our players. So, hey. Uh-oh. So it looks like Rissa has just donated for a scene aspect, which I'm feeling pretty good about that. GM's choice. Oh, Well, now, I'm going to put that little feather in my cap, and we're going to come back to that in a moment. And I believe Roller 300 wanted Jack tortured a little bit, so I'm just going to remember that as well, just in case it comes up.
Wait, again, or was this the original time again?
I just feel like you maybe haven't been tortured enough. I don't know. But speaking of other Doc,
I mean, I have to live in this head. Isn't that enough torture?
No, because we're not in there yet. We need to be more in your head as well.
Oh no.
Could
No,
you
let's not
tell us
torture
who
everyone.
you are? No. Are you kidding? I would be in your head, zombie. And what I would do is, it's a great song. Tell us who you are, who you're playing, and at this moment, what are you most afraid of in the museum? Just for no reason. Just what is the thing? No, let me rephrase that question. What is the thing you would least like to encounter in the museum so that I can take notes and perhaps put it there? So, yeah, other doc, tell me, who are you?
Oh, hey.
Who are you playing? Yeah. And what is the thing you least like to see?
I would least like to see Roller 300 in the museum right now. No.
Oh, well, now here we go. Adding Roller 300 right now.
No.
Oh, you got me.
Turnabout's fair play. Damn you. No. Who am I? Let me take this in order. Hi, I'm Jim. I use he/him pronouns, as does my character Jack Vasili, who is an international thief, and who is also a stage magician. Totally original idea, not stolen from movies at all. Basically, goes around stealing things and uses the magic act to cover it up. I was going to say it's a thing that he did in his past, which is still true, but he has now traveled back to his past to try to stop the King in Yellow, and as it turns out, his former self is no longer with us, as people have been messing with the timelines, and the previous self, who was operating under the name at that time of Gideon Fox, has sort of been disintegrated and apparently had his essence sucked into a dagger.
Which is fine.
Which is absolutely fine. So all that information about what Jack does is current again, actually. So he is once again an international thief who is also a stage magician.
I love it. And what is
there's
the
a vacancy
thing that your character would least like to encounter? That your character would least like to encounter in the museum?
My character would least like to encounter in the museum. You know what's funny? And I really should not do this to myself.
You should totally do it to yourself.
Because it shouldn't be possible, right? It absolutely shouldn't be possible. It should be a thing that would be in the museum, right? I should pick something that actually would make sense for it to be in the museum, right? I shouldn't just conjure this strange thing up.
You should totally conjure strange things up. I feel like if you're like, oh, the least thing my character wants to see in the museum is his taxes, I feel like really you should go for something a bit more exciting than that. I mean, of course, unless your taxes is the thing that Jack really wants to see the least, because having to sort of reconciled like multiple personas from different timelines might be terrible on your taxes. Like that could
that's how they got Capone, I hear.
It's true.
They reconciled his multiple timelines. All right, I'm just going to say it because I have no idea what it means, if anything. Actually, that's a lie. I have an idea what it means. I think the thing he'd like to least encounter in the museum is Gideon.
Yeah, it's funny because I'd already written that down for no reason.
Really?
Yeah. It's funny. Speaking of not wanting to encounter your past selves, Sour Fruit Junkie, who are you? Who are you playing? And what do you think your character would least like to encounter when entering this museum?
Hi, I'm Steph. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm playing Elaine Chen, whose pronouns are also she, her. She's from the future. Obviously, probably, I don't know, she would not want, I mean, her past self is probably one of the things that she would not expect at the museum. Something she would not want at the museum. The other dagger, whatever that means. Or that book of invocations, the lost book of invocations suddenly appearing in the museum. That's tempting, because maybe there's something in there that would defeat the king, and she'd do anything for that.
Oh, yeah, it would be terrible, wouldn't it?
It'd be real terrible.
Yeah, real terrible.
Because that's not the only thing that's in that book.
No, there are a lot of things in that book. All of them are good. I mean, for as Jackie Dash notes, all of them are good for various definitions of good. And speaking of Jackie Dash, who are you? Who are you playing? And would you tell me what would your character least like to encounter in this museum? And I have a guess, and I want to see if I'm right.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jackie Dash, Jakidash. And my pronouns are she, her, and I play Haley Howley, whose pronouns are also she, her. Previous Instagram Fitsona star, now moving into Supernatural top 10 videos on YouTube. Right now, her editor is working on top 5 most haunted rituals you can do at your home with household items.
Nice.
Which, yeah, so it's going pretty well. Bloody Mary's like number 5 because you have to throw it on the list.
Yeah.
But and I think the least likely thing that Haley would like to find is specifically a sign for the room of cursed objects and sharp things that have just been like in the center of a room thrown aside, and I'm already in that room. And so I pick open, I turn over the sign, and I look up, and I'm in the room.
Of cursed objects and sharp things?
And sharp objects.
Yeah. See, I thought I misheard you for a minute. I thought you said shark things, and I was like, hey, cursed objects and also shark things. I'm into it. That's fine. I thought you were going to say your little brother.
I actually was thinking about, but I think she'd like to see Joey. Oh. Like, she hasn't seen since before all this happened. So the last time she saw Joey was the older version of Joey with, I believe, wings. So we still don't have that real mystery. And I don't know if in this run to try the run like a shadow run, to try to defeat the man in yellow, if Joey will show up, or you know
such a question. Speaking of never knowing who's going to show up in a run, a shadow run, shadows make me think of dreams, and that makes me think of John, wild engineer. Who are you playing, and what would your character least like to encounter at this museum?
Yes, hello, I'm Wild Outlaw Engineer, he, they pronouns. I am playing John. John is an average Joe with insomnia who actively dreamwalks and doesn't trust himself. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah. But, gosh, I think the last thing John wants to see in the museum would be the Carcosan feast, because if that's here, then where's that taking place?
Yeah, I know, right? That seems very distressing. I'm sure nothing like that would happen, though, because, like, why would that happen? That's weird. And I'm Trooper SJP, and I'm your GM, and I am very excited. I would like to point out that apparently, somehow, we got enough retweets and quote tweets for the players to get a boon, which seems inappropriate. And it seems like really the players, I feel like we just need to hit, like, we were at what, 24? We just need 6 more to hit to 30, which is present for me. And I feel like that would be great. So, if you would be so kind as to do some retweets of our Going Live tweet, I would appreciate it. So why don't we have a quick recap of where we left off? When we left off, our players had done a really, like, they had sort of worked to get this cure for the King's Plague. And they went and did a big, huge a charity event with Jack as Gideon Fox and Haley the Howler there supporting through her Instagram fame to go and do a really big event. And what ends up happening is they do this big event to raise money to help with the people who are victims of the plague, but also to get some vaccinations in there and to get some cures out there. So they did a lot of really good work. And then they healed up a little bit because Elaine had a bit of a broken leg, and that got healed up. And then they traveled to London for the last encounter. There's one last timeline event that they need to go and deal with, and that event is that they know one thing and one thing only. In the play, The King in Yellow, the king itself is associated with this pallid mask, a mask that is this strange white mask. And in the play, they're at a big masquerade ball, and people are like, "Oh, it's time to take off your mask." And everyone takes off their mask. Everyone's so excited, except that the pale stranger does not take off their mask, and then it turns out it's not a mask at all. It's like fused to their face, and everyone like freaks out, and it's bad. And this mask is important in the play, and so they were given the instructions to go back in time because they did know that in the future or their present, one of the first things the King in Yellow did when the King in Yellow showed up in London was to go to the London Museum, go to the Assyrian collection, grab that mask, put it on, and reports say that when the King in Yellow put the mask on, the King in Yellow became insanely powerful. And so our heroes, our protagonists, or as sometimes Jackie Dash likes to say, tagonists, are in the past to go and destroy this mask. That this is their goal. They've got to destroy this mask. This is it. Before the King in Yellow can show up and get the mask, which and the King in Yellow's not supposed to show up for another 10 years anyway, so they should be fine. And they have all shown up they're at a hotel, resting, getting ready to do some research, to figure out what they need to do to get the mask, and because they've got to like break into a museum and destroy a precious artifact, which seems a little bit tricky, but they do have a thief, so I'm sure it'll work out. And they're at the hotel getting themselves ready, except that Elaine decided to take a morning stroll just to see how things are going. And she took a morning stroll and decided to walk by the museum. This is a place that she has researched at many a time. She's been here many, many times at this museum. And when she walked by the museum, it was not nice. It turns out the entire museum is surrounded by police, British police with guns. And rumor has it that people inside the museum are being transformed into creatures, and someone saw a very tall 8-foot figure in a yellow robe and a crown entering into the museum. And the police are outside kind of freaking out, not sure what to do. And this is where we left off. Where we left off our crew was with a concern that perhaps the King in Yellow might be here now in 2020 and not in 2030. Oh, I suppose I should not forget one last thing. One last thing. You know, John, our regular Joe, who sometimes dreamwalks. John sometimes dreamwalks into the mind of another person named John, who is one of the most important religious figures in Carcosa before whatever happened to Carcosa happened to Carcosa. By the way, it was bad. And the king in this vision told John, said, a plague has come to Carcosa. People are getting ill, becoming famished and ravished with hunger. And everyone is going to die real soon, and it'll be the destruction of this land. And the king decided that they would make a deal with some sort of outer figure to save the people of Carcosa in some way. There might be a sacrifice, but the king would bring the Pallid Mask with him as protection and as a source of power, a talisman. And Carcosa John said, I'm here for you, bro. I'm with you. And the king said, if things go poorly, it is your job to make sure that I can return and we can restore Carcosa to its former glory. And John was like, of course, because we're like this. And our John had a vision of himself giving the Pallid Mask over to the King in Yellow in this very museum with his friends on the ground, injured, harmed, and he giving over this talisman of power to the King in Yellow, thus dooming everyone. And I'm sure that vision was cool and not even a big deal, and whatever. I'm sure it's fine, and I'm sure John's not even nervous about it. But those are two more, everybody, before I get a present. And we're going to find out. We're going to find out what happens. And so let us begin with a very quick, super short question that I have for Elaine. Not a big deal. Super, super small question. I wouldn't even worry about it. I'm just going to put on some creepy music for no reason while I ask you this question. Not not to upset you or to indicate that things might be bad, but hey, how are you feeling standing outside of this museum where it has been your home for so long, hearing that maybe the King in Yellow is inside right now?
How am I feeling, or what do I do?
No, I want to know how you're feeling first, because I care about your feelings. Like your
Oh
feelings
man,
matter to me.
panicked.
Yeah.
I think there's a sort of a dread for sure that this is not supposed to be happening right now. Are we too late? Kind of almost right on the brink of like hopelessness because we've been working so hard up to this point, and it can't have been for nothing. I think that's one of the main lines in her mind. It can't have been for nothing.
There are people inside that museum. And maybe even the King in Yellow inside that museum. I'm going to ask you a question, and that question is, what do you do? The entire museum is surrounded by the police. It's cordoned off. You have heard the King in Yellow has walked into that museum. Or somebody who looks like the King in Yellow, could be the King in Yellow. You don't know. What do you do?
I think I at least when I first hear and eavesdrop it, instead of like, because everyone seems to be in a panic, I can't get answers out of anybody. I think I will call Jack, or at least
interesting
message like the king's here. We don't have time.
Yeah. That's interesting.
I don't know if it's a call, but it would be a text, or it'd be
could be a text. Sure. How about if we have a quick discussion first? Just a real quick discussion. Like,
sure.
Like you could make a text. That seems very reasonable.
I could.
That seems like a reasonable
That's a sensible
thing, right?
thing to do.
That is a sensible thing to do, because your friends are in the hotel room. They're not close by. You'd have to wait to get there, for them to get there. And who knows what the King in Yellow is doing in the meantime? Like, what if the King in Yellow is at this very moment getting the mask? I happen to notice on your character sheet, randomly, I just wasn't looking for any particular reason, but you have a trouble aspect, which is we'll do anything to defeat the king. I feel like it would be remiss of me not to offer you a compel that says you probably maybe don't want to wait for your friends to back you up. You want to go into that museum right now. You don't even have time to message them. You just want to go right on in there to stop the king before it's too late. And I would just offer you a fate point if you do that. And if you
I will
if you don't...
take it, because I left that gift for you. Your gift for you is a gift for me.
That was a real easy compel. I didn't even have to work hard on that one.
It's very I think I intentionally want to get myself in trouble in this instance, and I will take the fate point.
I'm going to hand that to you. I'm going to just hand you that fate point.
I'll take the fate point. Because like in her heart, it's just like, oh no, like I think more than anything, the dread and the panic is above the logical thing, which is call for backup. So
yeah, that is true. And I want you to tell me, how are you going to try to get into this museum when it's all cordoned off, but there's this sense of panic? You don't have a lot of time, but there are police everywhere. How are you going to get in?
Is this something I can evoke an aspect for from the timeline in the attempts to do this?
You could. It depends. It depends.
Because
what are you thinking about?
The Yellow King is here somewhere is true, meaning
that is true.
I'm panicked, meaning other people are panicked because they've never seen this before. Especially if you don't know what you're dealing with. You may have cordoned it off in a way that is just main entrances or only to keep people safe from, but you have not taken the entrances where people are coming out of, or like, back entrances and exits for like people who work there. So I think that's where I'm gonna go and scout out that entrance, that like kind of like the back entrances, side entrances.
So I'm going to ask you a question about what skill you'd like to roll to find this. There are a couple of options I can imagine for your character. For other people, it would be slightly different, but for you, I could imagine the obvious would be something like notice, to sort of find a location that has not been found, or maybe stealth, to sneak around. But I feel like, considering that your character has been here before, you have studied here before, you've done research here before, I would posit, and you can say no if you don't think so, that you could be able to use your academics to, because you have been here before, you've studied here before, you probably know the
I
building very
probably
well.
worked in this area before, so I
Yes.
do know that there
Yep.
are entrances, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of familiar with where they could be. If not, I've actually probably
Yep.
walked through one or two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
will
probably
happily do
know,
that.
yeah, like you probably know like entrances for where people bring in and out what do you call it, like shipments, you know what I mean, like if you get a shipment in,
Kind of
you
cargo.
probably
There's
know.
like a cargo bay or something similar to that.
Yeah, like you probably know all those places,
Mhm.
and I imagine that it would be that you could use your academics to find this place rather
Sure.
than, I mean, this makes sense to me, and I would
Yes, I
love.
like this. Let's see what happens.
Ooh, that's a
Ah,
superb. So
Cool.
here's my question for you. That is good enough to find your entrance without using a fate point. But would you like to use a fate point anyway?
Yeah, would I be able to create an advantage?
If you do that, what you are going to do is you'll get a free boost, which you can use
Cool.
for later, and also that will give you a positive check mark.
Yes.
Because
these all sound great and sound really helpful.
Then it is so. As you have described it, so it is. You sort of sneak off to the side of this museum, and people are panicking. You've got these cordons off, and you notice that, like, oh, the cargo bay's cordoned off, the front's cordoned off. Basically, everything that anyone could think of is cordoned off. But you are correct in the fact that people don't really know what to look for. They don't know really what it is they're dealing with. The King in Yellow is in there somewhere, and everyone is sort of panicked. And there is a side door. It's a small door. It's a door that people who work there, it's like a, it's a, what do you call it? It's like an emergency exit door. That is that if you open it up, the fire alarm sounds, but the fire alarm has been disconnected for this one door so that people could go and smoke. They would go outside and like smoke and like kind of hang out and like, and they're outside. You know that one door, and it kind of doesn't really go anywhere. It's like kind of like a sort of like a kind of a courtyard space, but you know you can get over a fence into this inner courtyard, and you can get into that door that is always left a little bit propped so people can get in and out without having to like go through badges and all of that. And that door, as it was the last time you were here, is just propped with a, you know how people will get paper, they'll wrap it up the paper and they'll shove it right where that part of the door is, so that
they're right in the slit of the door, right? The hinges.
In the slit of the door. Yep. So the hinges can't can't close all the way. And it is open just as it was the last time you were here. Probably a year or two ago. Well, I mean, it's actually you're from the future, so it's probably been it's probably been a really long time since you've been here.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. Do you go in?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
Yes, I do.
You
yes,
open the door.
I do.
You step inside, and you see. Anyway, over at the hotel, you see something that's going to cause you to do a little bit of a will check, but we'll just hang out over at the hotel for a moment. Hey, hotel friends, how are you? By the way, something good and something bad is going to happen to all of us, and I'm going to just note that. And I've got a scene aspect that I can put on this scene, and I'm probably going to do that in a few moments. But I'd just like to know, how are you all doing? You're in London. You're in a really nice hotel. It's fancy. It is nice. How did you all sleep?
Sleep.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
No,
Yeah. I think. Sorry. No. Let's let the expert talk first.
Yeah. How did John sleep?
I feel like John's probably he's at the point where he's more worried than he's ever been,
Because that's happening right now?
This is the part where we're in London, or we're at the museum, we're by the mask, and he doesn't know which part of him is going to do what. If
Mm.
this is going to define if the dreams are lies or the dreams are reality.
And what would it mean for it to be one or the other? Did you dream about giving the mask over to the King in Yellow again?
Most likely.
Is-
Because it was on his
I'm
mind
sorry.
so much. Just
Yeah. Is that what happened? Is that what happened? I'm a little confused sometimes. It's a little confusing. I'm not certain. Did you dream that you were Carcosa John and you gave the mask to the King in Yellow? Or did you dream that you were some average Joe in the future who was trying to stop you from giving the mask to the King in Yellow?
I mean,
Wait,
that's the thing. John couldn't tell.
oh,
He,
wait,
it felt like him, but
him? Are you dreaming right now, or are you awake right now?
I mean, last thing John remembered was being awake, but
Right, right.
he that seemed to change so quickly all the time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose it's, well, I suppose we'll find out. I suppose. I mean, you must be awake now, right? I mean, clearly you're awake right now. Clearly.
Yeah.
You know what's really weird about the room, though? There's a kind of a weird. The wallpaper is this kind of green and yellow patterned wallpaper, and you could swear the little patterns are yellow signs. I don't know whether or not Haley and Jack haven't mentioned it yet. I haven't heard them say anything about it just yet, and I know that's maybe they're not yellow. Maybe that's silly. That's silly. That's weird. That there can't. It's probably nothing. I wouldn't worry about it. Don't you know what? Don't even worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. Hey, Jack, how are you feeling this lovely morning?
Hi. So this is where it's. I'm going to see if I do this out the gate. We'll see. So yeah, Jack is probably a little tired because he probably didn't sleep a lot. He slept some, but he was probably just up trying to prepare to start, doing. He didn't leave the hotel room yet because he was supposed to be sleeping, but he kind of started working on figuring stuff out, looking things up about the British Museum, about basically starting his burglary process, involving research and figuring things out about the museum and about the exhibit in particular, and about trying to figure out. And normally this kind of thing, as he has previously stated, takes at least a couple of weeks of casing the joint, and he's right. He doesn't know how much time they're going to have, so he suspects they're not going to have a lot of time. So he's trying to get as much done on the front end as he can. Involving just figuring out entrances and exits and what he can glean just from research about guard shifts and things like that. Possibly calling and talking to people if need be, and just sort of generally figuring crap out. I think I'm also, I'm even going to offer a thing, because I enjoy being terrible to myself.
I enjoy it too.
I don't know if mechanically how this works, but if you would like to have a thing where Jack is tired, I will self-compel something.
Are you saying that you would,
as a result of that?
I see. Are you saying that you would like a fate point?
I'm thinking yes. I'm thinking it would be a great idea to hoard fate points at this point. Well, hoard is the wrong word. To accumulate fate points, because we have an objective that will require many of them.
I am going to give you a fate point, dearest other doc. It is right there, and I am going to place an aspect on you all. a nice situation aspect that is going to last. And this aspect is going to be exhausted. And it's not just you, it's everybody who's exhausted, except for I don't know how Haley slept, because Haley might have slept really well. Haley might like sleep like a log. I'm gonna have to find out. Haley, how did you sleep? But at least two of you are exhausted. I imagine probably also
welcome.
Elite is exhausted. Mm-hmm.
Haley is not exhausted. Haley did on the plane is a very good half the time you work, you get your coffee on the beginning of your international flight, and then you sleep the other half after you get your work done by taking some sleeping medicine that you bring with you. When you get to the hotel, no matter what time it is, you take more of it to get yourself back on there. So I think she double slept.
Nice.
If I know, if I'm getting
one for the first pair of eyes, one for the second pair of eyes. Yeah.
So she was up at like, is it night or daytime? What?
This is like I imagine this is actually pretty early morning, is what I imagine. It's probably like 7 or 8 in the morning, is what I would imagine.
Yeah. So Haley has like gotten up, minimal makeup layer, wearing the Haley Howler look. Has gotten like cups of coffee or latte. We got lattes. They do. Wait, I think she had to ask like, do you guys do lattes in England? And and then got bagels. Bagels are like, I think every time she's like,
do they have
like, do you have those? Yeah, because not a lot of England tourism in her time. A lot of LA stuff, not a lot of England. So I think she's coming. She like she, you know, if we have the scene of like John kind of half awake, half asleep.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was gonna be like Jim. That's not it. Sleeping like, you know, Jack. Thank you. Gosh, John, Jack, Jim. Jack at his desk, like with everything over, and then like a cup of coffee being put on it at the map, a little coffee ring on it.
I would like John to make a roll. I imagine it's probably lore to maybe give yourself some kind of create an advantage for yourself or what's going to happen next in your life. When you go to the museum, I imagine you've been thinking about your dreams. So I would love for you to give me a roll with a difficulty of 4.
4. Wow. All right.
Let's see what you got here. What did you get here? Well, that's a tie. Would you like to spend a fate point, maybe one of the timeline aspects, to make that a success?
Sure. I mean, why not use one now?
Yeah. Which aspect is going to help you get a better sense of Carcosa John and the differences between you both? I'm trying to help him out, folks. I'm just saying.
I actually want to go with the Elk King is here.
How is this going to help you?
Because with the Elk King being in such proximity, you know, probably no one else knows Carcosa John better than them. You know, and with John's dreams being so focused on the king.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like a beacon of feelings of maybe orders. Who knows? Something like that.
I agree with that, and that leaves you with only 3 fate points at the moment, and but yet another positive ripple, another sort of positive step towards making this better. Maybe. I just love that scary moment, and I will give you the aspect, which is, you know, Carcosa John, with 1 free invoke for you. That is a thing that I will give you in this moment. Now, I feel like, Jack, you need to roll burglary to see if you can get some good info to create an advantage for yourselves.
I shall make with the burgle rolling.
Please do. Because I feel like this is like you're getting info from people that you know about like ways to sort of give you some insight about guard duties, like kinds of people you have going on. This seems important.
Yeah,
I'd like to know
yeah.
it. You're looking at a 4 because you're not based out of here normally.
Yeah. Although strangely enough, my fixer is he actually does. He
that is
actually
true,
is
you
from
did.
the UK, so that
That would make it a
yeah.
3
So
then instead.
oh, okay, cool, awesome. Yeah, I didn't know if that helps or not, but
It does.
yeah,
It does.
yeah. Reggie Parsons is actually like from around here.
Remember
Don't
that.
know if he's here right now, but he's at least he knows
But
people.
I remember it is in your backstory.
Let me go ahead. Yeah, I shall now press this button, and that is a 4, which is
You have
great.
succeeded. Would you like to spend a fate point to boost that?
Actually, I would because you know this is the plan. I think the
leaving you with 5.
Let's see. The one that I will hit is interesting. Well, I think that could I hit the Yellow King is here somewhere and have just basically slowly reports being found. You know, the information I find has to do with the fact that things are changing over at the museum. I don't know how or when they discover this. But I feel as though the information I'm going to get is going to be just kind of probably being updated as things happen over there. And so it's like, okay, well, no, they've suddenly, you know, information like there are police around the place now. Things like that would probably be helpful.
Yeah. We're going to put a hold on that. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to yes and that, but you're not going to get the information back for another like 4 moments because I have to talk to Haley and what kind of role she'd like to make to prep your team for the day. You're giving them coffee. Are you rapport-ing them to give them some kind of like bonus morale? Like, what are you doing to help your team in this early morning moment?
No, I think I'm doing the I call it the red mage work, which is the giving the coffee and giving the bagel for bagels for the haste boost. So like I think I'm trying to promote, and now this is like where it comes down to like the physically, because they're getting food and they're getting yeah. So I would like to use my, and this might be a resources roll because I purchased goods for them.
Yes. I think
now
that is fair.
I'm gonna be the worst by using the aspect of they're here to help us, because I had a lot of very helpful people telling me what I should get, like bagels or extra caffeine.
Okay. Give me that. This is only going to be a 3 difficulty because you're just trying to get them like good protein. You need them some carbs, you know, you don't want them to have a sugar crash in the middle of like the museum with badness, you know, that'd be terrible. You know, you don't want something like complex carbs, probably maybe like some like oatmeal porridge, you know, you want something really good. Give me that resources roll. Yeah, that works for me.
Here we go. Okay. And I'm going to, I we'll do the fate afterwards to get the bonus, right? Of 2 if I need, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Okay. So if you spend that fate point, you will tie, which is okay, but it's not exactly what you want. Mixed success. Would you like a mixed success or would you like to spend 2 fate points?
I will only spend 1 and I'll take that mixed success. As coffee is wanting to do, it is mixed successes.
It is a mixed success. So what this is basically going to mean is that you're going to get a boost, not an advantage. So you can use it once and then it's gone. But that's all right. You're down to 5 hit points, and we're going to give you a little bit of boost, which we're going to call Sugar Rush. Is what we're going to call it for the team. Anyone can use that if they need a one-time only Sugar Rush. That is great. Now, as you're dropping off the coffee, the bagels. It's really great. Everything is fine. There are no problems whatsoever. It's at that moment that a couple of things happen all at once. I'm going to note actually a bunch of things happen all at once, and some of them are boons and some of them are banes. Most of them are just banes because it's all. We also have an aspect that's going to be coming over to for Elaine when she needs it, because she will. So, Jack, you're on the phone with a guy named Reggie, and Reggie's like, "Well, I don't know. You wanted sort of information, right, about the museum, but I don't know what to tell you, mate, but just like police everywhere. It's just like the entire place is surrounded by police. It's real weird. Some sort of terrorist or something? I don't know.
You're kidding.
No, I mean, if you want to go and do a heist or something, like I wouldn't do it now because it's like, it's real hot.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
And actually, are they talking about? And actually, Jack is while he's on the phone with Reggie, and he's sort of looking at it. He's going to be going over, and he's going to turn on the TV, and he's going to look and see if there's, flipping the channel, see if there's anything locally about it on BBC or Sky or ITV or what have you. They're reporting.
And they're over like, well, today on the BBC, it seems as if there was a terrorist attack on the British Museum of London. The SCO-19 have been called out, and the police are taking care of it. Everything has been cordoned off, and there's no need to worry. But please stay out of the area if you could. This is terribly, possibly dangerous. At the moment that all terrorists have been confined inside the museum, but just for safety's sake, please stay away from the area. And as this is blaring out on the news, you know what occurs to you, Haley? Where's Elaine?
I think it's when Haley reaches for the additional latte and takes a sip, and this one doesn't have vanilla in it because Haley always gets vanilla in her lattes. And then she goes, and it's like, this is for Elaine. Where'd Elaine go? Sips it again.
I don't know.
Jack is just sort of staring at the TV for a second, and he's just like, Reggie, listen to me very carefully.
Yeah, what?
There's something going down. I have a very... Hopefully this isn't what I think it is, but there may be, let's just say, heat of a kind that we're not normally used to dealing with that might be happening right now. There's something, I may have to try something stupid. We'll see, but I think it might be a good idea. And normally I wouldn't even recommend this, but
all right, yeah.
If it weren't serious, but I'd recommend you get your kids out of the city, just for today.
No, come on, serious.
If you can.
Wait, do you know something about like a dirty bomb or something, or what's going on?
It's hard to explain right now exactly what it is, but let's just say there's a major player, who is potentially responsible for something very destructive that I think might be in there.
It's one of them American sort of like American splinter cells or something, right? It's one of them like what do you call them? Those possibly. Americans that like preppers or something, right? It's something like that, like people who go like live in a cave or something.
Well, it's what I know about it is that there's a potential for they use bio warfare quite a bit.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll tell you what.
And so there's potential for
I hate to go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get my kids. I'll be out of here.
Okay, man. Be safe.
All right. Yeah. You too. I mean, maybe you want to get out of the city as well.
Yeah. I wouldn't say no if you if you decide. I know you might. I know I brought the plane back and everything, but if you want to leave a vehicle hiding somewhere, I wouldn't say no to that.
Hey, I'll look into it. And by the way, I just wanted to say thanks. I was getting a bit tired of you. You've been kind of a jerk the last couple of years, but you've been real nice the last couple of months, and I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I had, let's just say I had a moment where I came face to face with myself, and I had a bit of a reckoning. I'm sorry about that, but hopefully things are going to turn around now.
Yeah. Well, don't get yourself killed.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And he hangs up the phone.
Thanks, man.
Hey, John,
Yes.
are you looking at the news?
No. John's too busy flipping through his dream journal.
Cool. Can you give me I would just like a simple notice roll. That's all.
Notice.
Yeah, just notice. It's cool. I wouldn't worry about it. Nice.
Yeah.
Your dream journal is scrawled and strange. Oh, unless you want to succeed at a major cost, or like your notice is like it's a 2 to beat it. We have to get over a 2. I just want to know if you want to do anything about that, or if you would like to take the fail, if you'd like to succeed at a major cost, if you'd like to spend some fate points. How are you feeling about this situation?
I think I'll take the fail. I think John's feeling disconnected from himself. Doesn't even know what he's written in there anymore.
Sweet. You're going to fail at notice. We're going to come back to that. You're lost in thought for the moment, dearest John. Jack and Haley, what do you want to do? Elaine's missing. And there's a terrorist attack at the museum.
Hey, so I don't know if this is related, but there are cops all around the museum and they think there's a terrorist attack. So I don't know if Elaine told us that she was going off to scout out the museum or not. So it's a good question.
Sour Fruit Junkie, I've got a question for you. You have an aspect that is out there in the world that was gifted you by a Frithiel. Would you like to use it to indicate that you left them notice or not?
Yes. I think. Yes. How would I have done it?
How would you have done it? You've got your nice hotel room suite.
Thinking face.
You were going to get up super early to take a mosey. They were all still asleep.
I think it has been an old-fashioned note, right? Just as like kind of just taped down somewhere, and it's not something anyone would have noticed immediately, but it's still something where like with enough thought, with enough looking through either her stuff or like kind of the nightstand near where she was been sleeping or by the sofa, she's probably just tapped a note on the notepad. It's just out for a stroll. Don't worry. Might hit up the museum. Some good old memories, right? So I think she'd walk around. She'd say like, "Hey, go and head out to the quarters," kind of in the area in the vicinity of the museum. So I think that would have been the inconspicuous note.
Thank you.
Would be the aspect.
I have now added an aspect that was gifted from a Frithiel, which is notes from friends. Oh no, notes from the past is what I'm going to call that one. That's what this one has to be called, notes from the past. Yep. And I still have another aspect that's coming in from that's been gifted to us, and I've got it. I'm just waiting for it. So back at the museum, at the hotel, pardon me, Haley, you see this note, this little note, actual handwritten.
It was under my coffee cup. So I'm like cleaning up, and I look at this like again. I love coffee rings giving clues, and so I look at the coffee ring, and then I'm like, oh, I found Elaine. She went to the museum, and then I look at the TV. We should go to the museum.
Yeah.
What? Oh, no.
Hey, I have a Bane. I'm going to use it right about now. Yeah, that's cool. I imagine you're all getting ready to go to the museum, right? Yes? It's cool. It's cool. Going to the museum.
Yeah.
And what do you take with you? You've not left your hotel room yet. I'd like to know how you get ready. by the way, the aspect that was gifted to you by chat is one that I'm going to call whatever you need at a cost. This is a lovely hotel room. You've got room service. You have got, as a matter of fact, in this hotel, whatever you need at a cost. And that is going to be here for you in this hotel because it is fancy. And I just want to know, I would like you to take me up to that moment when you're about to walk out the door for no particular reason. Oh, we were at 30, Lydia, and somebody took their retweet away, bring us in at 29, but I'm taking that 30. And we're back up to 30 again. I'm taking that Bane. It's mine now. Y'all have it. If you want to give them more help, you can get to 40 retweets if you like. So I want to know exactly what you have with you, and I want you to bring me up to that moment right before you open the door for no particular reason.
I mean, Jack tends to carry a huge number of things in his pockets, so it's So I mean, I can say that, you know, in addition to his with his regular equipment, he's got things that are like, you know, he's got various in addition to his props and other sort of stage things that he has. He probably has a few technical devices, little tiny MIDI computer thing or something that he might use, and various things that he uses to plug things into other things. Let's see, sort of various any sort of maps or whatever he's printed out or drawn or copied, and things, various many odds and ends. I can't even enumerate them. And unless you'd like me to enumerate them, in which case,
no, you
welcome
don't have to.
the inventory hour.
No, you have a stunt for it. It's fine. John, what about you? What do you how are you preparing to walk out this door? And I wouldn't even be worried about any ominousness, because why would I do that?
I think John's too exhausted to prepare, honestly.
Yeah.
So John just grabs the coffee, grabs one of the protein bars, and you know, and makes sure he has his dream journal with him, and just starts heading out.
I want to know who's the first or the last person to hit the door. Haley, are you first or last?
I think Haley will be, if I may be bold, I think Haley will be first. Sweet. Is that okay with everyone? Okay.
It's okay with me. Tell me, what have you brought with you as you're about ready to open the door, with your hand like inches away from the door?
The dagger. Because it's just in the like yoga. Like my shoes are tied.
Yeah.
I have the sweatshirt on. And you know, I think I do have a small, like, I don't want to say like fanny pack, because they don't call them that in Britain, but something of those varieties.
No, they do not.
Like, a little bit of extra stuff, little stuff tuck away, like energy supplements and protein bars.
So can I just ask you, for no particular reason, and I wouldn't even be nervous about this question, where is your cell phone right now?
Pocket. Like pocket? My sweatpants pocket. Right pocket.
Right pocket.
Yeah.
And you're wearing sweatpants?
Yeah, like those like kind of stylish, kind of like low, like cool sweatpants. Imagine what cool sweatpants means to you. Yeah, that's what they are.
Okay, cool. Sorry, just a follow-up question. Is your phone on vibrate, or does it make sounds at this point in time? If, for example, your phone were going to blow up with information, would that be a bunch of vibrations, or would you have a lot of pings?
A lot of pings. It's all about, I am the most obnoxious person in the room, and so anytime I get a message or text, there's sound.
Cool. So you are about ready to put your hand on the door handle. The gents are behind you, and your phone goes. What is the ping when you get a like when you get a notification on Twitter, or when you get a notification on your DMs? What does it sound like?
Hee-hoo. Hee-hoo.
Huh. And so that starts happening hardcore, like right when you're about to open the door. It's like hee-hoo, 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 hee-hoo.
I feel like I can open the door and also look at my text at the same time. So I think I still like go for the door, but yeah.
Cool. Sweet. So you pull up your phone to look at your text. At the same moment, you twist the handle and open the door. And in that moment, cashing in my bane, you see tweet. Is it true you're being arrested? Is it true? I heard you're being arrested. I heard you're being arrested. And the minute you open the door, you see an entire SWAT team, the equivalent of the British UK forces SWAT, all up in your business. And then you see, oh, we think they're being swatted. They're being swatted. And all of a sudden, you just hear yelling and screaming, get down, get down, get down, get down. And there is an entire team of police swarm into this hotel room, thinking, of course, that you're being kidnapped, perhaps. Somebody swatted you. Meanwhile, over in the museum, that's going to take you some time to explain. I wonder who might have swatted you. That's weird. Meanwhile, over in the museum, Elaine opens the door. And I would like you to ask me, tell me please, what part of the museum do you walk in on? Like, where are you at this point in time? Like this door, what part of the museum does it lead to?
I think at this moment, this is a floor that's like this is a section of like the lower floor that's in transition. So everything's torn down. It's dark, but there's just like a lot of stands and just objects. It's I don't know if you've ever seen this in a museum. It's super spooky. It's like a super spooky setting where things are half torn down. There's some stands in place, but being moved. Stuff's draped over. It's dark.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. You probably don't have the lighting's not particularly on yet. Maybe you just have that little sound of like the fluorescent light bulb that's just like blinking in and out, and you can't see much at all. And you're there, and it's quiet. You're in a section of the museum when I'm going to just note, Jim asks, what does it mean to swat someone? I will explain. There's a thing that people on the internet think is hilarious. When they're watching a streamer stream live, they will call the police and say, oh no, I'm being held hostage. They've got guns. The address is, and then they give the address of the streamer. And then the police come with guns and break into that streamer's home. And of course, it's all live streamed that the police come with guns because they think a kidnap is in progress or some kind of crime is in progress. But it's actually just trolls. I would actually not call them, I would call them more than trolls, criminals who have like doxed you, found your address, and then call in a fake bomb scare or a fake attack so that the police will come in and harass you. And that is a thing that some people like to do. It's really bad. And somebody swatted your hotel room, my friends over there in the hotel room. It would be terrible, real bad, wouldn't it, if Elaine needed your help right now, but you couldn't get there because you're being swatted right now a couple blocks away. That would be awful. Speaking of Elaine in the museum all by herself. Hey, Elaine.
It's fine. So you said a will save? You wanted me to roll a will?
I did want you to roll a will.
Yeah, what do I see? What do I see in this dark half-made room?
Yeah, it's exactly as you remembered it, right? There's some construction going on, and things are half down, half up. It's like they're in the middle of doing a new exhibit. If you remember correctly, the last time you were here, this was probably an exhibit on like Dutch painting, like sort of like paintings of that era, and you're like, oh, that was cool. You don't know what's going on right now, but you see in the like sort of in the distant corner, it looks like a security guard with their back to you. It looks like it. The uniform does. But it's weird because they're facing the wall. They're not facing outward. They're just like looking at a wall, just quietly standing there. what do you do? Might even be a statue.
Oh. Yeah, but it's the security. It's a uniform, so
It
it can't,
is.
right?
It can't
Yeah.
be. No. And you know a couple of people who are the security guards here. Um,
Mhm.
like you from your time working here, you know a couple of them that you would have like said hi to. They might have given you a coffee or vice versa. Maybe you gave them a coffee. Various people that you've
Mhm.
worked with.
Mhm. Uh, Staff knows it's a bad idea, but Elaine will carefully walk forward because I need to know what's happening,
Right?
to figure out who's been here, what has happened, how long ago this was.
Right.
Um, so I think she'll start to approach kind of cautiously, see what's happening. It is weird that he's facing a wall, so
It's
she's in
weird.
this. Yeah.
But maybe they're looking at something on the wall. That's entirely possible. There could be something important on the wall itself
Sure.
that could be looked at. And as you approach this security guard, the same sort of familiar uniform, you get closer and closer, and it is so dark, and you cannot see their face or their body, but you notice that they're looking at something on the wall. And when you get close enough, sort of emerging from the wall itself is a bright yellow sign, like graffiti, like somebody spray painted it with yellow paint. And the security guard sort of hears your approach, and the security guard sort of turns towards you, and the security guard's skin is the same bright yellow as the sign. And the security guard has got large boils on their face, and parts of their face is beginning to melt, and eyes open up on their neck, and fingers start coming out of the eye sockets. And this figure lunges towards you, but the thing that is most disturbing to you is not that happens, which is in and of itself disturbing enough,
Mhm.
but it's who the guard is. It was someone you knew well at the museum. It was a security guard who was in their 70s, was like a volunteer security guard, had like been a person who had worked in the museum for decades and decades and decades, always with a smile on their face for you, always with a hello. And this security guard, whose name is what?
I think his name. Uh, it's Rob. It's good old Rob. He's happy being
Rob.
there. He was a lifer, right?
Yep,
His kids
lifer.
enjoyed it. Yeah.
And would often bring his kids in. And this is Rob.
Mhm.
This is Rob here. And when Rob turns towards you to smile, Rob's mouth pulls into a grin, and the grin doesn't stop moving outwards, and it moves up and back across to the back of his head, and then the top of his head just opens up, and inside of the space wherein would be his brain, his eye socket, you see this glowing sickly yellow green light that starts moving out towards you as if a thick fog.
Make sure you.
Could I get from you a will save, please? You have a difficulty of
Yes.
4, and please take 1 physical shift of stress as this fog starts
Ooh.
encompassing your body. Oh, well, look at you, my friend.
Okay.
This is creepy, but
Yeah.
you keep your cool. What do you do as this person, Rob, is about to reach out for you?
Let's see. think that Elaine keeps her cool as well because she's seen this happen already, being
Yes.
from the future.
Yes.
She knows this is not Rob anymore.
Yeah.
That's like probably one of the
Yeah.
harder things to get over.
Yeah.
So now
Yeah.
she's like, okay, gotta go, gotta move, gotta leave. How this is just a question. How
Yeah.
see how she's from the future and she's seen this happen.
Yeah.
How long
Yeah.
does it take before they're just super fast monsters? Is there a
It's
time and moment
tricky.
as they're mutating that there's kind of really depends on how powerful things are
Yeah,
going?
this is tricky. What you have found is that the worst thing is when they can start joining into each other. Once you can
Oh,
get a
okay.
number of them, they will
Right.
join into one larger conglomeration of a body, and then it's real bad. Then those creatures will just start ripping parts of their pieces off to attack you, and that's real bad. And I'm going to just note these things should not be here. This is not okay. This is not how the timeline is supposed to work at all, but yet it is here. And Rob is going to lunge at you unless you'd like to run away, do something. I don't know what you want to do.
Huh. I feel that running away is not the option. And since there's the room that's being constructed,
Yep.
Elaine's going to turn to find something like a pipe or a
Oh,
beam to like kind of defend herself as a weapon.
a-
Actually, not even just to defend herself as a weapon, right? It's this thing where like
yes,
it's suddenly shifted
absolutely.
into end of world mode, and she will
Yep,
attempt to like defend and or take care of this monster.
absolutely. Would you
Mhm.
like to create an advantage? This would be a notice to get a really good
Okay.
weapon, is what this
For
would be.
sure. Okay.
This is
try
a
it.
construction site. It's not difficult. You just need a 2 is what you have.
Okay.
Uh,
Cool.
it is a this is going to be a partial. So what you're going to get is basically you find like you don't find a good pipe because this is a sort of construction site, but you get a good plank. It probably will not last very long, but you have a plank.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear it. Bing, 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 bing. Hello, everyone. This is the Museum of London. I hope you're all doing well. Please remember we have some wonderful exhibits on the first floor. On the west side, we have a beautiful exhibit of Assyria. On the second floor, we have the Elgin marbles. And all of a sudden, there's this travel log of all the things that you have. But the thing that is odd to you is that there is no pre-recorded patter of this. You do not remember there being like recording, so someone is saying this, probably from like one of the security offices, most likely. There is someone saying all of this, and you've worked here before. It sounds like Nigella Clark, who's the director of the museum, and you don't know why in the middle of this moment she's just giving a travel log, but her voice is calm and quiet as she just keeps talking about exactly what's happening. And this creature is going to attack you.
Cool.
Is going to reach out. And by this creature, I mean your friend Rob is what I mean. With a 3, I'm going to need some athletics from you.
Athletics.
Oh. Okay.
Interesting.
That's a tie. That is a tie. So Rob comes in to lunge at you with his fingers, which are strangely long and twisted, and misses you just barely, but gets a boost that he can use against you. What would you like to do?
Excellent.
Take a shift of physical damage as the mist that's coming off of him.
Into stress or into consequences?
Stress, yeah. As long as you can soak it with stress. But I'm going to note that this fog around Rob is clearly beginning to twist at you.
Cool.
Yeah.
I believe I'm gonna move into attack because I need him to like one not be around to do this. Kind of end it as well. And yeah, the fog's not good. So I'm gonna roll into attack, I think.
That will be a
It's
fight.
not a skill that I have. That's fine. It's an average. Okay. Let's try it. You got lots of okay.
Oh, okay. I'm going to note that you have that boost for a +2 from the 2x5.
I'm going to use that.
So that's a 7 versus a 1.
And so how high, like, what's the shift that I need to be able to do to remove to kind of
How do you take him out?
Specifically?
How do you take him out?
Yeah.
Because you needed 7, which is you need one more. You need one more to take him out.
I need one more, even with the boost, right? Even with the boost. I will invoke. I'll invoke an aspect.
Please do.
The sign is buried.
Please spend that fate point, and I will give you a positive ripple. And I would like you to tell me how you take out Rob.
Oh man. So he swings and barely misses. And I think Elaine takes that moment where she thinks is like an advantage to like end him with the plank. I imagine as she's about to hit him, he attempts to stop, and what happens? The plank breaks open, and instead she shoves the whole thing straight into where the opening for his face and skull is, and just shoves the rest of the shards just in there, severing everything in his body.
You do, and Rob's body sort of crumples and collapses, and the fog dissipates. And I'm going to ask you one more question before we slide back over to that hotel. Where do you go from here?
Sure.
As Nigella Clark's voice wafts over the intercom system. But you destroy the plank, of course.
I think I'll first search if there's anything I can get from off of Rob's body, just full on doing a run, investigate that,
key card.
and then moving on. This is not good news. It's really creepy, right? Very creepy.
I just need to know what
she's going to start moving towards. Where would the mask? From what I remember in the mission briefs, it was being kept in the Assyrian collection. The Assyrian collection.
The Assyrian collection.
Correct.
Yeah, they don't know. They think it might not be, but it's from the Assyrian collection. That's where it's housed right now, which is on the second floor. It's in the north section of the second floor. You know exactly where it is. You'd have to sort of like go through a stairwell, right, or maybe an elevator, depending. You know the route you'd have to take to get there. Because you have
also any other weird thing that is being listed as it's being as Najila is like going on this very long, eloquent just listing of what's in the museum. Is anything off to me?
Ooh, give me academics.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to need from you.
3?
Good.
Okay.
That is what you need. That's a tie. That is a tie. Would you like to succeed at a minor cost? Would you like to fail but gain a boost? Or would you like to be partially succeed? Ooh, thank you for those subs. That means it's a special fate point for them, which they're going to need.
I like partial success. Partial success sounds really fun.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a partial success.
Sounds like a good thing, but also could totally go wrong. That sounds amazing. Let's do that.
You're going to find out that information, but a little too late. Cool. So let me ask you, where do you want to head first as you're listening to it, right? You're moving, you're listening.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is the mission brief, right? Head into the Syrian area. That's kind of where she's going to start heading.
You open the door into the stairwell, and you walk up the stairwell to the second floor, and there's a fire door there, right? It's like a back stairwell for like employees. And when you open the door, like the fire door, as you're opening it, you hear her saying one of these things, and you're like, wait a minute. That doesn't actually make sense. As you're listening, she's changing the directions of things with each iteration. She's just saying the same thing in a loop, but each time she goes to that loop again, the location of each one of the exhibits is a slightly different space. And that's weird. And when you open up the door and step through, and you can hear the door swing shut beside you, in front of you is not the Greek section where you would imagine that you would be. That's where you should be. It's like ancient Greece, but it's not, actually. What you see are pillars, like ancient Greek pillars, but they've got this sandy red color to them. And they are reaching up into the sky, and there is a roof over this place that is much taller than the museum that you remember, and it is a vaulted ceiling that has stars on it. And the problem is the walls don't actually make sense. There are angles to these walls that don't actually work in real life, and there's a stairwell now behind you that goes upwards, but the angle of the stairs isn't the stairwell you came up on, and no one could actually walk up that stairwell. It's more like an MC Escher drawing. And in the middle of this area, there is this feast table that could hold 1,000 people. And there are 1,000 people, maybe 5,000 people on a table that might hold 1,000. That doesn't make any sense. And they're all feasting and eating and laughing. And there is music playing, but the music doesn't make any sense to you. And all of the people that are laughing and smiling and drinking, at first, they seem like, I don't know, they seem like people in colorful robes of a linen, of a culture that you're not quite certain of. But then you see light posts that seem like gaslight lamps, and you see them smiling, and then all of a sudden they don't look like them anymore. They look like there's a woman at the table, and she's wearing like an Anne Klein suit dress and Louis Vuitton shoes, but actually she also has 5 heads, and she is now bright yellow, and the shoes, one of the shoes that she's wearing is stuck and impaled in her where her collarbone should be. Like her collarbone are shoes. And then you see that the entire banquet is full of what it seems like museum patrons, but the museum patrons have been transformed and transfixed into figures you don't quite understand, and they are laughing and toasting, but then you can't understand a word that they're saying. They're speaking in some language that doesn't even make any sense to you at all, and you realize where you are. You are in Carcosa. And at the head of the feast table that holds 50 or 1,000, 500, 100, is John. And John is speaking to the people. And he's speaking to them, and he's telling them, follow the king's order, for the feast awaits you in Carcosa. And as John says this, in front of all of these people who are laughing and smiling, sometimes they look like regular human beings, sometimes they look like strange parodies of human beings, and you look around and you understand you're in a place that makes no sense at all. You see a plexiglass little mini wall that says, "You are here," and it still has the map of the museum. You are somehow still in the museum as well as being in Carcosa. And as you look carefully, you can see that that wall over there is the museum's wall, as is that wall, but Carcosa itself, as if it were an oil slick or a stain, starts to spread and slide across the floor. And as this Carcosa slides across the floor, the kind of sandstone floor and sand of Carcosa bleeds onto the tile of the museum, and the walls shift slowly from the museum walls to stone slabs. And as you are in the midst of this, Carcosa John sees you, and smiles. And it is not a good smile. And the people of the feast all turn to look at you in unison, all 1,000 or 100 or 10 or 500, each one of them looks at you. Back at the hotel, my dear friends, my dearest friends, a whole slew of the British equivalent of SWAT teams rush into this hotel room, slam you to the ground, push you down. There are guns everywhere. I hope, Jim, you can hear us. What do you all do? By the way, not you, John. You're not there.
Wait, so we turn around and John is not behind us?
That is correct. But there are police everywhere, and they've pushed you on the ground. They've got their guns out, assault rifles, and they've got you all on the ground, and they're searching the room, and they're like, and all of a sudden they grab you, Haley. One of them grabs you and is like, "Miss, are you all right?" And they put their guns at Jack, and they're like, "Where is he? Where is he?"
Everything's fine. There must have been a mistake. Like, no one, like, I just got back. I just got coffee. What?
I'm going to need some kind of rapport because they are certain that there is a murderer in here or a bomb.
I will 100% be using my rapport skill. I also, just to prepare, I have an ability, stunt is what you might call it, or sorry, my aspect of like, I am usually charming to strangers.
That is true.
So I'm really hoping that's going to help out. So a 3, I could use a fate point to get that up to 5. How does that
Is your
sound?
stunt, does your stunt give you an automatic +2? What does your stunt do?
Oh, no, that was just the that was my
Your aspect.
Aspect.
Yes. Please spend that fate point.
Well, yes, that sounds like a good idea.
You have one. Let me write their. Let me make their will against you.
I'm going to say
Good.
5. It's a 5.
You succeed by 2. 2-0. You want to get 3 more than they do in the end as a team. Jack, what do you do? They have got guns everywhere, and they start searching you. Jack.
So I'm just basically. Can I help? With Haley's. Since I also have rapport, and just basically what I'm saying here is officers, we've been working together on sort of joint relief efforts recently. We've been moving around doing stage shows, which you may or may not have heard about. And this is that's I swear she's an internet celebrity as well, and so this kind of thing, I have a feeling this could have been someone calling in a false thing. That's just I mean, we're seriously, you can see she's fine.
Can you make your rapport roll?
I can.
That's what I'm going to need from you.
I shall endeavor to make a rapport roll.
Please do. You're going to need to beat this one. I have 4 fate points is what I have, and I'm going to spend one.
No!
And I'm going to spend a fate point to bring my roll to a 3 because
I'm gonna
they
spend a
are
fate point then as well.
high alert. Oh, will you? What
Yes.
What aspect are you invoking?
Well, I'm trying to figure out a way to invoke one of the.
It would be a good thing to note. I would like to know if you can.
One of these big ones, because that would be funny. But there's
and good for you too. You're giving this patter, right? And you can tell they're not buying it as I spend my fate point because they're like clearly on alert. There are terrorists across town. They're not certain if they're going to buy it. How do you push that?
So the way that I think I'm going to push it is All right, I'm just going to spend the fate point on one of my own aspects, sadly, because it's going to take me a minute to try to do the arse to elbow thing. Otherwise, so I'm going to one of my recently revamped aspects. My trouble aspect is that they think I'm Gideon. So I think the idea is that if they recognize me, that would give credence more to what it is that I'm saying.
And the sergeant in charge is like, we've been given reports that there's some sort of terrorist activity in this hotel room, and you can tell they're not going to buy it. And then one of them in the back goes, wait a minute though, isn't that Gideon Fox? Is that Gideon Fox though? And the guy in charge is like, give me your ID. Don't no fast moves. And
okay, I'm going to reach for my ID. It's in my jacket.
All right. And they've got their weapons trained.
Just carefully, I'm going to open it. I reach into my pocket, and I pull out now. I'm just pulling out. I'm taking out my wallet. And I take out my wallet. Now, just above the ID, just in the pocket, just above the ID, you'll see my business card. Remember, Gideon Fox is my stage name. And I'm going to basically hand it
over. They take it from you. Apparently this is Gideon Fox. But we had reports there was some sort of terrorist activity here. So what can you tell us about that? You might want to have a seat. We're going to have a long conversation with you about paperwork. And it is very clear that this will take you a very long time to get through, and you don't know where John is, and you know that Haley's in that museum, and she and maybe he might need your help. And it looks like these people are going to keep you tied up having conversations for a long time.
Is it my turn again? I would love to. Okay. I would love to use a social rapport roll, and also tie in the Yellow King's plague is unraveling, because this plan is going to be broken open, because we're gonna be like, I think Haley's gonna be like calm and collected, because you have to be, and be like, I think you might have gotten the address wrong, and then just kind of point to the like television screen where there's still a newscast about the museum.
I'm gonna need a roll from you. Give me that rapport. And they're like, no, miss, we definitely got a call for this hotel room.
Let's roll.
Absolutely,
Fingers
we did.
crossed.
I would
like. Can I use I use the unraveling to re-roll, or can that only be a bonus?
It can be a re-roll as well if you would like.
Okay, I would like
that is
to
totally possible.
Because
please do.
It was a 4. Like, this is my best skill. How dare?
How dare? You're going to need to spend another fate point if you want them to buy this.
Yeah, I'm going to. I have to use 2 fate points. It's gross.
What's the second aspect you're going to invoke? You've used the Yellow King as unraveling?
Yeah, I'm going to use... Am I allowed to use the same aspect in multiple roles, or in like different roles?
Different roles, yes, but this all counts as the same one, so you have to use a different one besides the Yellow King's plague as unraveling.
Yeah. I'll just use my unusually charming to strangers. So, yeah, and that will give me a bonus 2. I'll use 2 fate points for this to get to 4.
I'm just going to want everybody to tell me how many fate points I got coming up pretty soon. I'm pretty excited about that. And he's like, and they're like, well, I mean, there is a terrorist attack, but we thought there was bleeding over this way. We got word. We might want some paperwork done. I mean, if there's no danger here, there's no emergency. And the main guy sort of like believes you, but is like a little bit uncertain of like what to do. Like, it's very clear that he believes you, he bought it, and he is reluctant to just leave without some kind of statement. but he's being tempted, right? He's like on his way out, and he's like, we should probably get statements from you all, I think. And they start writing down your information, right? Your the information on your identities and who you are, and they come up to you, Mr. Fox. We're going to need a statement, I think.
I see. Is there any? I mean, we've got serious jet lag right now. Is there any chance we could possibly? We've got a lot we have to set up for a possible show here. Is there any chance maybe that we could come by a little later to your station to get to finish giving the statements? Could you possibly help us out with that?
Looks at you, thinks about what Haley said. Could you give me a report roll?
Excellent.
Dearest Jack.
I will endeavor to roll my report.
If this doesn't work, we got to talk about American lawyers, because that's the only thing we have.
All right.
That is great. And he goes, well, I suppose it will be all right for you to come in to the station later to give your statement. We're sorry to inconvenience you. This is sometimes something that happens. Forgive us. We will talk to maintenance about your door. Well, forgive us. And they
Thank you.
They say, by the way, though, before you, if we could have your passports, you can pick them up on your way out.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Take your passports, and they're like, all right, very well. We will see you a little bit later then. And they leave you. You are not, after all, completely bogged down for time, but you did lose a lot of time. And you don't know what's happening to them.
But we do get a check mark, which is
Yes,
okay.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Also,
Get that
you
credit.
do have a boon. Getting you that credit. You also have a boon that is lurking for you. And I believe I also have an aspect. I have two, I think, that I can give you all.
Oh
at
my
one point in time.
goodness.
I have Mellow Yellow Bellow has given us an aspect, I believe, because I'm keeping track. And I think that's it. I think we just have one from Mellow Yellow Bellow that can come out there, and a boon. So you have not as much time as you would like. You have been waylaid a bit. Wait, do we have a miracle? Wait.
What? What?
We will see. This is we're gonna find out what's happening. We're gonna find out what's going on. I'm supposed to not shout out everything that's being said, but I'm finding out. We're gonna find out what's going on. So tell me, you have been waylaid way too long. I'm just trying to find out what's going on. So tell me, how are you going to get to the museum to save your friends before it's too late?
Well, it's just a few blocks away, right?
Yep, so it is.
I seem to remember you. Someone said that earlier. So I mean, just a question of like hightailing it to somewhere. I think that if I've been studying up on ways to get in, right?
Yes. Yes, you have.
It is possible that there might be. There are a few different things that might be possible. If there might be access from below, that could be one way we could try to get in. If they're like steam tunnels or what have you, which sounds exciting. Or I mean, if nothing else, as long as just sort of if there's any sort of other connecting buildings or things we can use to try to evade the barricade, then that's probably what we'd end up using.
Would you like to use the boon that was given to you from your quote retweets for a route in?
I'm cool with that. I think we would need the whole team's approval, but
team, would you like them? Would you like them to get to you sooner rather than later, in terms of, and perhaps at a useful time period for you, or we'll see.
Hi, yes, please. I'm currently outnumbered at a very strange dinner party.
Sweet.
I don't know where I am.
Let's head over to that
Yes.
strange dinner party. So over at this, so I'm going to say for you over there on the other screen that we cannot see right now, and we're not going to switch back out to you, Jack, you do know a way through some underground tunnels. We didn't have to come back to him. We're going to go back over the party. You do know a way that will get you through some underground tunnels that will get you there fast and will avoid the barricades and will get you right into that museum. That is the boon, and
Cool.
you know a way. You two can get there, and
Excellent.
you're going to get faster than if you had to go through the main spot. It's an old sort of it's like old service tunnels.
Tube station. Tube station.
It's
Old
old
tube station. Abandoned tube
yeah, it's
station.
like that is exactly what it is. It is old tube station service
Yay!
tunnels. Yes, you know a way through the old tube station service tunnels that will get you into the museum faster and quicker, and while avoiding a lot of things you probably don't want to run into, like the police. And with that boon being gone, you will make your way towards this museum. Meanwhile, back in the museum, Elaine, there are countless members of these Carcosans at this banquet. And in this moment, it was as almost as if it were a dream that they were hideous and terrible. They seem like regular people now to you, in beautiful robes with sort of feathered headdresses, sort of really nice, small. The headdresses are like small, round caps made of feathers, like in a circular pattern. Like some sort of like a galaxy, perhaps, of feathers like a peacock feathers, but they're not any kind of bird that you know of in real life. And these sort of interesting caps, and they've got feathers, and there's music, and everything seems fine and lovely, except somehow. Thank you, Raiders. Welcome in. Our Elaine is going to go and have dinner with her best friend, and everything's going to be fine, and nothing bad will happen. And they all sit and they all turn to you and smile. And at the head is your very dear friend, John. John, what do you say?
Which John am I right now?
Oh, you are Carcosa John. I think you are, at least. It seems you are. The other John's not here. Or anywhere.
How nice of you to join us, Professor Chen. Would you care to take a seat? You left before we were able to offer you anything last time.
You're the other. You're the one who's writing in the book. In John's book.
You mean my book?
No, John's has had that diary since it started. It's his. Isn't it?
Well, I guess it's possible we share more than just a name.
Why are you doing this?
What do you mean? It's
the
what the king
dreams.
has ruled.
The king can't come back. This is our world ends. We lose everything.
Well, perhaps it's not your world as you currently know it, but I'm sure you all enjoy Carcosa. I mean, as you can see, it's pretty much paradise. Our food is always bountiful. Ailments never last.
and a couple dances past you, behind you, because it seems that they've begun dancing.
I mean,
I think in this meantime, like Elaine's kind of been walking closer, but isn't gonna sit down, mostly to continue conversing with John. I guess you would sacrifice everything to bring your world back. But it's not paradise. This isn't, it's just you want to believe it is, but it really, you can't actually cope with what actually happens. I see what happens. I see what people turn into in order to be in this paradise.
A couple laughs as they dance past you, and everyone is happy and smiling and dancing, and the food is delicious. Animals that you don't imagine before, and then you see the walls continue to sort of slowly bleed into Carcosa.
Question: with my investigation earlier into like kind of sneaking into the museum, I do have like a boost. I did roll to have a boost that I can use for like kind of relating to like the layout of the museum.
Yes, indeed. I'm going to ask you a question. Would you like to roll a difficulty 8 academics?
Would I like to?
It involves magic. Would you like, you have made a comment about this is not what this looks like.
Yeah.
Is what you said, fairly forcefully.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I'll do it. Why not?
Are you trying to
Yeah.
Are you trying to tap into chaos to make truth visible? Are you trying to pierce the veil of the dream?
Because I think Elaine's been so fed up with like how much the John now has like been suffering through this, and in a way has kind of expedited this thing due to all the things that have been. She wants him to be able to actually rest, and I think there's a deep frustration of people constantly messing with him, including herself. So yes, absolutely.
I need you to cast a difficulty 8 spell.
Okay.
You've rolled 6.
I will invoke a fate point.
Please do.
I think the Yellow King's Plague is unraveling. I think is going to be the aspect I'm invoking, because it's also like uncovering the plague and also uncovering this thing and what the Yellow King is about.
That will tie.
And then let's see. He's another. Would it be too meta of me to use 2 timeline aspects?
No, it would not.
Because the yellow sign is buried. This is Carcosa. There's no way this could be here. There's absolutely no way that this could be here. So
spend that fate
points for that.
And before I tell you what happens and you successfully cast a spell that you didn't even realize you were casting, I need you to make a difficulty 10 will check to survive the backlash of the universe not liking this at all.
Amazing. Okay. So I do have the stunt, the corrupted stunt that I've rewritten as Gaze Upon the King is mark corruption. So I can add will. When I say to defend against the king in yellow, is this an instance that I could use that, or is that too specific? I could use it.
No, this counts. Because this is a king in yellow situation.
So roll will, you said?
Yes, please. A will, difficulty 10.
Oh, okay. I will take corruption.
You will take the corruption.
4 to that.
Could we please get a corruption on Elaine, please? As a negative ripple goes through the universe.
And then a fate point to get over this thing, correct?
That is correct. What are you invoking?
I think this is a moment I think I'll invoke the trouble aspect of I will do anything to defeat the king, including
Although if
something
you,
risky.
that is fair. And with that, you yourself are not injured in this moment. However, as you say this, as you say, but this is not what it looks like, this is not what it is, you say that. And as you say that, the beautiful people dancing around you, they're spinning and twirling, and their robes are like being caught in the wind as they move past you, and the the feathers are beautiful and iridescent in blues and greens against robes of like oranges and yellows and reds. And as they move past you in such beauty, you smell death and pus, and the image of their beauty begins to melt off of their bodies as their flesh melts off of their bodies, and they're only now a security guard from the museum, a customer, a visitor to the museum, maybe a school teacher, maybe two people on a date, but all of their clothes are strange, welded inside of their flesh as hands upon hands, and their bodies dancing start collapsing into each other as they become larger conglomerations of strangeness. And at this table, there are only strange Carcosans, not as they once had been before the calamity, but as they are now. They are, well, they once were just regular humans from our planet, but now they are mindless, and they are eating what is just ash. And they're eating ash at this table, and they don't even seem to notice you, but some of them do. But Carcosa John still stands at the head of this table. And at the other end, at the foot of the table, is your John. But your John is tied up in a golden chain. And the golden chain ends in a golden apple. And it floats in front of his face, this golden apple on a golden chain, as he is tied to a chair at the foot of the table facing Carcosa John, the two of them facing each other. And you hear it. Hello, museum participants. I hope you're all enjoying the museum. Remember, you can have and it begins again. Nigella Clark reads where everything can be found, but it's different than it was the last time. And as these sconces, these torches flicker, you notice the shadows of the sconces flicker against the walls. And then the shadows themselves reform and reshape to seem like people. And the two shadows slide down around the floor and then move upwards. And then they materialize into Jack and Haley. And Jack and Haley, you have been going through this unused tube tunnel. And as you opened up a hatch door to get in where you thought would be the basement of the museum, you find yourself climbing out into a brilliant, brilliant banquet room full of death, decay, disease, and obsession. There are creatures of all sorts everywhere in this room, dancing and twirling in some kind of a mockery of a dance. And at the head of a table stands John. At the foot of this table stands John, but that other John is tied up in a chain. And there is Elaine, and Elaine is sweating blood, which she had not even realized. And then you hear the voice say, "Hello, patrons. This is Nigella Clark. Please remember we're having a tour. Also, for the lost and found, the King in Yellow would like his mask back. Please return the mask to the King in Yellow. He'll be waiting for you. He'll be waiting for you. And before we go to break, there is all of a sudden, out of nowhere, huge 20-foot tall double doors behind Carcosa John. You don't know where these doors came from. This place makes no more sense. And the doors slowly creak open, and out walks 8 foot tall in brilliant yellow robes, standing right behind Carcosa John is the king in yellow. And with that, we're going to break. We're going to have a little 10-minute break so everyone can just drink some water. I need to refill my cup, stretch your legs, enjoy yourself. John has got his friend, the king in yellow, who's just here for the hors d'oeuvres. And I'm going to note that we just got a donation from Iffy, which I believe is going to give us a new aspect for this place, I think, which I will let our players name for them. I'm going to let our players name the aspect that they get to have on them in this banquet hall. We're going on break. When we come back, we're going to see if our heroes can what they're going to do and what the two Johns are going to do, because there are two Johns, and one of them is nicer than the other. It's Carcosa John. Carcosa John's super nice. He's really friendly. The King in Yellow really recommends him, like gives him the highest, recommendations, like big reference for job interviews. If you need a, yep. Does anyone want to say anything before we go to break?
I'm just glad that I was finally proven right and that the King in Yellow did in fact come to the after party.
It's true, actually. He did. He came to the after party. It is fair. It is fair. Oh. And by the way, when we come back, you'll have to answer this question. What do you do? Because that's all on you. That's it. And welcome back, everyone, to the finale of Fate of Cthulhu, Return of Carcosa. Our heroes have all come together in this banquet hall in Carcosa, which is somehow also in the Museum of London, as it shouldn't be, but it is, because that is kind of how these things work. And they are all here. And Carcosa John had something to say, and then I'm going to ask the question, what all do you do? Regular John is tied up in golden chains with a golden apple right in front of his face. Carcosa John is having a lovely conversation, and right behind Carcosa John, in a supportive way, is the King in Yellow. And Nigella Clark has noted that the Pallid Mask is waiting at Lost and Found to be given back to the King in Yellow. I believe, Carcosa John, you wanted to finish your sentence.
Yes, so as the dream is shifting and slowly losing its shape, as the truth is slowly being revealed, and as everyone shows up, John just sighs. I see. All of you, Professor Chen especially, I don't understand why you can't just accept. Maybe I need to explain it in terms you'll understand. This is not a sacrifice. Think of it as evolution, as a cure for humanity. I mean, surely enough has gone wrong, and yet our society, which was perfect in all ways, has fallen ill for no good reason, and if we can bring it here, then everything will be for the better. So really, you all just need to sit and eat and accept the fate that is to befall you. I mean, why live in a dream when you can make it reality? And I think that's when regular John, other John, average John starts to wake up.
What all do you do? You have side by side Carcosa John and the King in Yellow, and you have regular John beginning to wake up. And you are in this place that is seeping and growing. The parts of the architecture that are the British Museum start warping and becoming Carcosa. And with each moment that you sit here and ponder, more and more of this world that you live in is being transformed into a world you've never been to.
Okay.
Clarifying question: is
Oh,
Carcosa John and generic John are they across from each other, or are they sitting next to each other?
They're
Or like,
at the
is
head
there
and foot
a
of the
table?
table. Yeah,
Okay.
big long table, and they're feet, fingers. Big long table, and they are at the either ends of each table. And you all are in
And
the
where's
middle.
Elaine? Okay.
You all are in the middle, but closer to Carcosa John.
Okay.
Like Elaine is closer to Carcosa John, and you two are in the middle, and the King in Yellow is behind, looming behind Carcosa John, like a specter almost.
positioning
is-
question.
You go, John.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah. No, please go ahead.
So just to clarify, Jack and Haley appeared under from the shadows near wall sconces. Is that correct, or was it something else?
You thought you were coming up through a trap door.
Right.
And when you came up through, it was actually shadows that brought you into this space. You were sort of brought here.
Okay.
You thought you were physically moving into a real space, but to get where you got, shadows brought you through that trapdoor into basically the middle of this room.
Okay, so we're actually in the center of the room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So they've already so there's no and where is the table in the room?
I'm going to make you a little
Roughly?
map so you can see it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you a map.
Yeah.
It's gonna be ugly, and that's gonna be our
All right.
life, but that is also how it is, because sometimes you wanna, see the things in the place. Let's see, let's do draw a shape. I'm on the Untitled map if you want to know it, dearest Lydia. Let's do this regular shape. Give me go. All right, boom. Let's put this here. I don't know if chat can see this. I hope you can, because I would love you to see the beauteousness of making a map in the moment. So if you can say like, please be change color. I would like you to be, there we go. Black. So if we have a table here, then we have got, let's have a, what is this? We've got, let's see, Carcosa John and the King in Yellow there. We've got our regular John here. I would say we have Haley is probably right about here ish. And then you two are here and here. And amongst this whole space, you have got lots and lots and lots of, how would you call them? Creatures. A lot of these sort of figures who are here. Like here's your King in Yellow right over there. Oop.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Right, there's our King in Yellow. And then we've got some terrible plagued creatures everywhere.
Oh,
like a lot
no!
of them. Oh yeah, like I don't mean like one or two. I mean the entire hall is full of these corrupted plague bearers
But
hanging out.
behind us too?
Oh yeah, they're everywhere. I wouldn't lie to you about
No!
that. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Without like
you said
just
they were like dancing and cavorting and that kind of thing, yes? Or is
Yep,
that
dancing and cavorting.
okay. Excellent. And that's
Right
happening
there.
all around us, yes?
All around you. Yep.
Okay. So that means that there might be sufficient cover of line of sight, possibly, for me to kind of try to quietly get over to where our John is tied up or chained up, and try to work on the lock.
Ooh, why don't you make me a stealth?
I shall do this thing.
This is going to be our Jack.
Yeah.
Regular John.
You know, this is a gorgeous map. I think you threw some shade that was not necessary.
Really? I just was like, here's like, you can see what's going on there. You can see it. It's like it's special and fancy, but more or less that's where you got. By the way, we've got some aspects. Mellow Yellow has given us an aspect, and also we've got some negative aspects coming on for you all. I'm very excited about this from our Iffy.
Hooray.
How was your role? We can go back to our regular screen if you do not mind, dearest GM. Let's see what we got. Oh, a great. All right. Yes. So you are sneaking over there to regular John.
Yeah, I
Who's
think
next?
before I go, I put my lips, my finger to my lips to Haley real quick, and I just kind of gesture, and I start heading in that direction, so that she'll know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. Who do you pass your turn to?
I think
You've
going
got
to pass.
lots of monsters.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Carcosa John. You've got the King in Yellow. I mean, you could technically pass it to the people on your team if you wanted to, but like, you know,
I could do that.
You could.
I mean, it would be good to hear what the monsters have to say. Well, no, I think that I'm going to pass the turn, since I'm right here, and I sort of looked over at Haley. I'm going to go ahead and pass the turn to Haley, since that's kind of where the flow of information is currently going.
Haley, what would you like to do?
Are you sure? I've not been briefed. I feel like that baton toss might just be kerfuffled on my side. So Jack just goes, shh, and then leaves, and Haley's just like, and I think Haley really quickly, and I'm hoping this is like a non-turn action, asks Elaine, what is more important, the mask or Ruckus?
Ooh. Elaine, talking is free. You're muted.
Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah.
Can I compel that I'm not going to make the right choice right now? Because, like, my troubles will do anything to defeat the king, so her main thing is to defeat the king?
Yes. I will give you a fate point for that.
Right.
Because it is correct that not going after the mask is not the right choice. So yes, I will give you that fate point because I care very much about your life. Go on.
Elaine's
going
to say Ruckus. Just like, he's
Oh.
here right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ruckus it is.
Ruckus it up.
So, I think what I'm going to do is I have the dagger, and if Ruckus is the option, I'm going to stab someone.
Who are you going to stab? You can make it to the king if you wanted, because you can always make a move.
That's my thought.
Or Carcosa John, or your friend John. Like really, it's hard to tell the difference between the two of them. You can choose whichever one you want.
I think I'm gonna go stab the king in yellow.
Cool.
With my fancy dagger.
Cool. Before you describe how it happens, I just want you to roll first, so then you can describe all the goodness before we get there. Roll your fight.
I would like to add an aspect, if that's okay.
Sure, but roll first.
Okay. Yeah, that won't go bad. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Just roll first to see how it goes. I want to know how you go, and just you're gonna go stab. And yeah. Sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Cool,
a 2 is good.
2 is great. 2 is like a great score. The king in yellow rolls a 1.
That's great. Hey, already I'm winning.
You are winning. Do you want to have a discussion I want you to tell me how you fly across the room to stab the king in yellow. I have 3 fate points, but I'm not going to use any of them right now. I'm going to wait for a moment, just, for fun. And before you finish the actual moment, we're going to have a little pause in time and have a discussion about some fate points. And by that, I mean, we're going to talk to the dagger. Go ahead. Talk to me about this flying across the room.
Here is my thought. I would like to add the aspect of the king is here.
Oh, so you'd like to spend a fate point?
Yes. I would like to use one of my fate points.
Please do. Please do.
Yeah, because the king is here and I found him.
You did. You did. Fun times.
So that I get a little bit more of a boost in between.
Because you want to do as much damage as you can before you talk to the dagger. I'm just gonna note that. So we're looking
now
at
I'm
right
a 4.
Now a 1 to 4. That is fair.
Yeah, and I think Haley just runs and stabs. And I don't think it's graceful. I think she definitely I will say that she goes for it. If Elaine tells her to go for the king, like Ruckus, it's she's never wrong. Elaine has never been wrong.
Elaine never steers you wrong. Never.
And I think Haley pulls out the dagger. The dagger is just kind of always on her mind now.
Yeah.
And I also think, no, I'm not gonna use my corrupted stunt. I'm just gonna stab. And
I'm gonna ask if you'd like to spend any more fate points to increase that. I would just like to know.
Do I have to use a fate point to use my corrupted stunt?
Yes, you do.
I would like to use my corrupted stunt. So I'm going to have no fate points left, but I'm going to take 3 physical shifts of damage to add 6 to my roll.
Okay. Please take 3 shifts of damage. That's 3 physical stress. However you want to do that. You're going to add 6 to that roll, making that a 10. So Haley's ability in her corrupted stunt is the ability to take damage to do more physical damage. So I think what would happen is Please add 1 corruption to Haley.
Yeah, it's fine. I also think stabbing the king in yellow should give us a positive ripple. I think her eyes are looking and searching for that weak point. And as they do, blood starts to kind of pool out of them. And her body moves much like angular and like a puppet where I don't really control it anymore. And it works unearthly to try to get to this. And it causes pain. So,
and as parts of your body crack in this terrible way, the dagger whispers to you. It's like time stops as the knife starts heading right towards the king in yellow. And you are going to do 9 shifts of damage to the king in yellow.
Yeah.
At the moment. But as you can see in slow motion, the dagger arcing its red, blood red metal, glinting in the light of the 2 suns of Carcosa. In a building outside? It's unclear. And in that moment, the dagger whispers, "You need more power. I can supply it for you." I'm going to ask you, would you like 12 shifts? 13, I think. That's what you want. 12, 9, it's 21, so 22. Yes. Would you like 13 shifts?
Yes.
Okay.
Just
it is done.
So yeah.
It is done. It is done. The dagger arcs through the air. Where are you aiming?
Where the dagger tells me to.
And so you let the dagger guide your hand. And I have a question about Haley. When Haley was a kid, were you ever given dance lessons? I know you grew up in Hollywood, various places. Did you have dance lessons as a kid?
Yeah. I would say she did ballroom for 2 years.
Yeah.
And then she switched to karate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Do you know what it's like when you are in the middle of a dance and the music is perfect and you almost lose yourself in the movement? It's almost like you're not moving your own body. Or maybe when you're doing kata and you just have it all down and it's just the fluidity of movement and everything is perfect. And it's almost like you're watching yourself from the outside. You know that moment of perfection? It's like that. As the dagger arcs through the air, and at the very last minute, as the king in yellow lifts up its hand, its beautiful face, a kind, handsome, wise ruler, starts melting away as you stab into his trap. And then the knife just goes in and down, and you're like, I'm going through rib cage now. That's interesting. Almost like you're just observing. And then the dagger's out and back in an ear, an eye, a kidney, a knee. It is just a whirlwind of movement. And with each stab, you hit a vein, you hit an artery, you hit a part of the king in yellow, and you must be stabbing this figure 2 times, 5, 10, 15. The rest of you see in a flurry of motion Haley on top of the king, stabbing and stabbing and stabbing and stabbing. The king with no mask. And in one moment, the king evaporates as if the king were a dream. And everything is fine. And the world is perfect. And nothing is wrong. Everything is fine. You have everything you need at a cost. And the cost comes now. Please make a will roll. Difficulty 13.
Yeah. I have 3 sets of consequences. Does that at all impact my will roll?
That's what happens when you can't fill up. Please roll that will.
That sounds
You want to get as best as you can at this moment.
Let me pull. That's the wrong character sheet. So
and when it happens, I'm going to tell you something disturbing. What do we have? A mediocre. A mediocre. Do you want to do anything about that?
We do have a group fate point floating around.
You do.
I think you might need that. I have a feeling that Haley, when she took that knife, I think her hand became tight around it in a way that you can't tell the difference where the blade ends and her hand begins. I think with the blood that slipped off the king in yellow, what is growing on Haley from that looks like, now if I may be bold,
please,
mushroom spores. So all these pockets and of where her arm moved, and there's these new little like not coral but mushroom things that are growing from that. And I think that kind of the will is gone because she did do the thing. She saved the future. You know,
here's the thing. You've not been taken out. You have to soak 13 shifts and you have exactly 13. You have a severe 6, a moderate 4, a mild 2. That's 12. And you have 1 physical stress free, which is 13, which means you are not out, but you are that close. But you have been, your hand is transformed. Like the spores are all there. All the things you've described are all of your consequences. All of those things are true. You are becoming some strange spore creature with the dagger embedded, the hand, the difference between your hand and the dagger is unclear, and you are this close. Everything is full up for you, and I have to tell you something terrible.
Yeah.
Do you feel it? You know when you killed Gideon Fox? When you stabbed the dagger into Gideon Fox and all of Gideon Fox's essence was sucked into the dagger. Do you remember that? Remember how powerful that felt? You stabbed the king in yellow and you felt all of that energy, more energy than you could ever imagine, being sucked into the dagger. And right now, as you're being transformed, you feel the energy leaching out of the dagger, and you hear the dagger protest as the energy of the king leaves the dagger. And you know, Elaine knows, John knows, you all know the king is reforming in this museum. The king is not dead. The king should be dead. That dagger kills things. When the dagger consumes you, you are gone, but something is tethering the king to this reality. And maybe Carcosa John laughs. Maybe not. You killed the king in yellow, or at least an aspect of the king in yellow. But it is reforming because something is keeping it here. And Haley, you are inches from death. Inches. You have, your body is racked with spores. This dagger is embedded in your hand. It is confusing. And the dagger is angry because something has taken the essence that it wants. And the people, the Carcosans, are angry. Haley, who do you pass your turn to?
I'm going to pass my turn to, and just to be clear, we have the monsters, which is Carcosa.
Yep.
Sorry, rude.
Yep.
We have John, we have
Yep.
Elaine, and we have King in Yellow is currently not into space. Is he still in the turn order?
But he is in the turn order, but he is not currently here.
And we have Carcosa John.
Yes, we do. That is correct. All of your consequences are full. All of your stress is full. All of your physical stress.
And I cannot concede because it has finished my turn.
Oh, you can concede anytime you want.
I would like to concede.
All right.
With the asterisks that I hold back the forming of the king in yellow until for a little bit longer. Like I kind of keep the dagger, I strengthen the dagger till this fight is over. So
I'm going
Elaine
to ask
and
you
John
a
and Jack.
question. I need to ask you a question. There are two different ways you can concede.
Mm-hmm.
There is a regular concession, which lets you do something small, lets you find out how you take out of this, how you get yourself out of this. And there's the heroic sacrifice. And when you heroic sacrifice, your character dies. But you can end this conflict how you will. The King in Yellow is not dead, which means you can't stop the King in Yellow from coming back at some point soon.
Mm-hmm.
But you can stop this conflict, which involves a lot of Carcosans who were once humans, and John, Carcosa John. Would you like to just make a regular concession, which would be a little bit of a delay, or do you want a heroic sacrifice?
You know what? I don't think Haley's Instagram career is going to last after this. I think she's going to take the heroic sacrifice with...
Tell me how this happens. How do you end this conflict in this ballroom?
I think... I think what I do, and Jack's hidden. I think I look at Carcosa John.
Yeah.
And I say, the king in yellow is dead. Long live Queen Haley. And I think the goal is to try and then take, like, the dagger is shaking in the hand.
Yes.
And I think what I do is I run it across the forehead, and the yellow fungus grows up into a crown.
Yes, it does.
And my
it does.
goal is to distract.
Yes. I would like to know, first off, you do this. And the room shakes. And as you cut your face, and instead of blood, it is only spores and yellow fungus. As you do this, and as each drop of this fungus, these spores, hit the floor, where they hit, the sandstone of Carcosa bleeds away, and you can see underneath the tile floor of the British Museum. Each drop where the spore hits, Carcosa bleeds a little. And the creatures, the people, the Carcosans, they see this figure of Queen Haley, a figure that is terrifying and strange, and that you have no idea what they look at when they see you, but they see something. And you see them shrink away in fear. And two of them on the side start melting into just humans who have been hit by a plague, and they fall dead. One large creature breaks apart into 3 different bodies, falling dead on the ground. A few others just shift back into shadows. And as everything flickers quietly, Haley falls to the ground. And I ask Carcosa John, you are delayed. Tell me how this delay manifests.
Oh. Carcosa John is outraged. He is furious at the sacrilege that he just witnessed. Like, how dare she impugn the name of the king?
Who does Carcosa John pass it to? There is Elaine and there's regular John.
I think Carcosa John will pass it to Elaine since she is closest to him.
I think Elaine, it snaps her into this strange place where kind of time dilates, right? This kind of, in a way, history kind of is repeating itself almost for her, but with another person. And I think she, everything just stops mattering, and she walks over to where Haley has fallen. The spores kind of gently, like, coming up and out of her body, almost very peacefully, I think. And I think she kneels down. And I think she just whispers, "I will find your brother. I'll make sure to find him." And she grabs the dagger.
Yeah.
She grabs the dagger.
I think the hand that held the dagger just kind of poofs into one of those like the
Yeah.
underside of a mushroom.
Yeah.
So
Like
the
it's
dagger
spores
is
and
there.
it like dissipates, right?
Yeah.
Whew. Oh man,
And
you're
I will
making
note,
you oh my heart.
I will note a heroic sacrifice gives a positive check mark on the timeline. You now both have, your team has 2 positive ripples against 1 negative. I imagine you pass this to regular John?
Yeah.
Regular John.
I guess as regular John is waking up and witnessing all this.
And you see Haley die, sacrifice herself to kill the King in Yellow, who is in the process of reforming somewhere in this museum, because there is an anchor here.
And but John, seeing all this, he refuses to believe that this is real. I mean, with all that going on, this has to be the dream. There's no way that would happen in reality. Because there's no way his friends could just die. So if it's a dream, then he could probably control it.
Perhaps.
And it's not Carcosa John. There, it's just
over there.
That's just him. He's not chained up. He's standing at the table, just watching everyone else. Because something he can fix it in a dream.
You can fix it in a dream? I need you to roll lore at 8. And do you have the aspect that you know Carcosa John for a free boost?
I'm definitely going to use that. That's +2, right?
Yep. Is that the 8? Is that 6 + 2?
That's with the +2.
You need 3 more.
I'm going to invoke the aspect. What was it called? They're here to help us.
That'll bring you to an 8. You need 1 more.
Because Goth John is also John.
That is true.
I knew this would happen. And
I'll give you some check marks for this.
Aspect.
1 more aspect and 1 more fate point.
A supernatural dream journal. Because in reality, there's only one. And it's John's.
Please make a will save of 8. 10. Of 10. You want to do anything about that? You're down by 9.
I'll, I'll take it.
All right. Take 9 mental shifts, which can be any combination of those stress boxes you have or consequences, to add up to 9. And I would like you to describe to me how you reach out across time and space and integrate all of the Johns into one person, but how that harms you.
So you see both Johns get dim, almost start to fade out, and Carcosa John then starts to come back into view, coming back fully fleshed, but you hear the chains at the foot of the table just clink to the floor. And John is just suddenly doubled down. He's grabbing his head. There's too many thoughts. One telling him to grab the mask, one telling him to save the king, one telling him to kill Elaine, others telling him to save everyone. He has to save the people. He has to stop the mask. He has to. But then maybe he can just dream walk away. And there's just so many voices.
And one of the voices is not a John. When you were thinking that you could just walk away, there is a voice that speaks to you. It's Renee. Renee, you hear all of the Johns, and one of them says, "It's just walk away. Just walk away." And that pulls you from this idyllic place where you are with your daughter making mac and cheese and everything is fine, but you hear the Johns. You have a sense there's a ripple in time and space, and you know something has happened to the King in Yellow. And you can see all of these Johns struggling to make sense of what is happening as they're collapsing into one. And the voice says, "Just walk away." And maybe your daughter says, "Just walk away." And you know there's a moment here where you and John, could just walk away from all of this, and you could stay there with your daughter, and he could stay wherever he's going, just walk away. You could do that. And John
Renee
will probably do that.
Sees, as she sometimes does, many pictures at once, many timelines at once. It's like crossroads. And there's her daughter on one end. There's a terrifying future on the other. Yet another. There's the Johns collapsing, squirming. And she turns around to her daughter, who whispers these words. And then slowly at first walks towards John and starts running.
And tell me if you want to invoke a timeline aspect when you make that roll, to get you closer and closer.
Can I invoke They're here to
Roll
help
first.
us.
You can, but roll first.
I would probably need it.
That is terrible. You need a much better number than that. You need a 3 at minimum. What kind of a roll was that? That was not a
Well,
great roll.
Nope.
You need a
I'm
3.
using a fate point to re-roll.
They're here to help us. Tell me how is them here to help you? In this case, I imagine John going to help you.
John, as they are collapsing and there's various versions of them, there is one version of him that sees Renee and that reaches out to her and says, help us.
Yeah.
No, it's the same.
Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
Of course, that sounds delightful, Trooper.
Tell me how you leave this place.
She tries to leave and run towards John, who's reaching out towards her. But she is stopped as someone is gripping her wrist, an iron grip, so much stronger than a 5-year-old should be able to grip someone.
Mm-hmm.
And she looks back at Alina, who says, "Don't leave me." I imagine they were just in the kitchen making food.
Mm-hmm.
That knife with which she'd been cutting the vegetables still in her hand.
Mm-hmm.
And instinctively, she reaches out to slash her daughter's throat and be able to leave.
And as your daughter collapses, blood is yellow. And your daughter falls, and her eyes are your daughter's eyes. Her mouth is the mouth of the king in yellow. And tears comes from your daughter's eyes as a hideous laughter that is otherworldly and beyond time and age comes out from the mouth. As the eyes tell you, and you remember, your daughter died. Your daughter died in the plagues years ago. 2027, was it? She's been dead a while. This place has been a prison of your own mind, aided to you by the King in Yellow.
And I run towards John and grip him by the shoulders. We do not walk away. We see this through till the end.
Take a mild consequence, Renee. I would say mental. Of some sort. Haunted by memories, perhaps. Everyone, 5. What do you all do?
So, if John has just collapsed into a single self, I think I think immediately to seeing this, I think Jack is going to he's not going to panic exactly, but he's going to have a reaction where sort of looking up and seeing what's happening, and he's just going to see all of this going on. He's not sure what direction going. He's just seen Haley collapse to the ground, and he's like distraught, and he just looks up at Elaine, which is the only person he can see right now, I think, because John, I am imagining, is sort of a mass of humanity. And he just looks over and he says, "Lost and found." And Jack is going to turn and race to try to find the mask.
Jack runs. What do the rest of you do? 5. Jack, please take the aspect that Ifrithiel donated to all of you, which is slowed. You all have the aspect
so much.
slowed. You're welcome. If he donated for you all, and I want to give you all a really nice aspect, and that is that you are slowed. What do you all do? He begins to run.
When you're saying 5, is that just the amount of time, like turns we have? Like, what is?
It's interesting, isn't it? It's a question.
Yeah.
You don't know yet, do you? You might find out real
great,
fast.
excellent. Okay, great. So in this moment, Elaine's definitely focused right now. Like, Haley is gone. Everything is swirling. What's happening with John is happening. She's going to... Can I commune with the dagger to figure out where the anchor is? Since it's tasted the king, can it tell me where the anchor is?
That's a great question. The answer to that is yes. There's always a cost, however, but the answer is yes.
I know.
Because it has tasted the blood of the king. Jack, I need you to roll athletics.
Is this a trouble aspect? Because I'm kind of I'm not immediately going to John to help him, but I'm seeking out this answer. I would love a fate point, yes.
You may have that fate point, yes. Yes, you may. Can I get an athletics from Jack? That's a 2. Your difficulty is 2. The more successes you get, the closer you'll get to where you need to be. You need a total of 8 successes over your basic difficulty of 2, which means you might take a couple of rounds to get there.
Yeah. May I see the timeline aspects, please?
Yes, they are. You should be. Let me put you over there for them. Where are you?
Right now, I'm on the banquet hall screen.
You're all there. Here you go. I will note that you have 2 free invokes with museum informants.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to use those. And let's see. So if I use those, then that puts me up to 6, correct?
Which gives you 4 extra successes.
Okay. And I think that if I may be sort of poetic in this, in my attempt to use one of these aspects, I'm going to spend a fate point on to invoke the yellow sign is buried, because what I'm looking for are the bits that are not Carcosa, but the bits that will lead me to lost and found.
That is correct.
So I'm going to spend a fate point to grab that, because the yellow sign is buried. This place should not be here.
That is correct. That is correct. That brings you to 6 of 8 as you rush down the hallway. And there's another check mark for you all. You are careening. By the way, I'm going to just use one of my fate points because you are slowed. So rather than at 6, you're at 4. So you're halfway there. You're halfway to the mask, to the lost and found, as it were. Nice. I have 2 fate points. Elaine, I would need you to make me a roll. This is a difficulty. I'm going to give you 2 difficulties, 6 or 8. You can use your academics. This is magic. There'll be a little bit of corruption for this. The dagger can help you with the +2 because this is a ritual. So tell me, make your roll to learn of the anchor, where it might be.
Roll academics.
Mhm. You are casting a
Ooh.
spell. That's a 3 for good, plus your 2 for the dagger, which is a 5. You're 3 away from getting all of the knowledge. That's 2 fate points.
When you say this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. We have the aspect notes from the past. Is that still a thing that's
It
rolling
is.
around?
It is.
Okay. Interesting.
And if you use a timeline aspect, that'll give you another check mark and another positive ripple.
How far am I from this?
You need
I rolled a
3
3,
more.
4, 5. How much?
Yeah, so you want 4 to beat it.
I
to
want
get
4
all
more.
of the knowledge.
Go to all of the knowledge. Oh no.
Or you can have half of the knowledge.
Could I use the boost from before because of knowing the museum itself? It's within the museum. I kind of have an
Yes.
idea of where it's going to be.
Yes.
Like if it's in an artifact, I can probably find it. So I would like to use that boost now. So I need 2 more.
Yep, just one more
I'll use a
fate
fate point. I will use a fate point to invoke the king is here somewhere, because he is somewhere, and so is his
the
anchor.
king is. That is correct. What you say is true. You hold on to this dagger like a divining rod, and you can feel it pulling and pushing. You can feel the ways in which the dagger is drawing you to where the anchor for the king is, where the king will re-emerge. And as the dagger is pulling your arm, your vision moves through space. Because space is strange in this moment. And you are looking, and you are going down corridors, and you see Jack running. And you see Jack running, and you move past Jack into a lost and found, and there is Nigella Clark. You knew her, you worked with her, and she's holding the mask, and she's laughing, and she's speaking into the intercom. And there's blood on her face. And the mask glows, and you know the Pallid Mask is an anchor. And just as you are about to quit your divining, Haley is there in your vision, and her eyes open the second set, and she does this. And then she points behind you, and your vision snaps back to where you are, and the dagger hasn't stopped vibrating. And you wait, and your vision twists, and you feel your head in this vision, maybe not in real life, but in your vision. It turns, and you look at John. And John has a glow about him that starts to coalesce into the dream journal. And you know there is not just one anchor, but there is 2. Renee, what do you do? 4.
I'm assuming the dream journal is something that Elaine knows, but not the rest of us. Yet, anyway.
We've seen him with it outdoors, haven't we? I think at one point in time, no one knew about it except for Elaine, but he has brought it out and he's studied it. We've seen him study it. You may not know what it is, but you've seen him studying a book.
Renee still wouldn't make that connection. Soldier brain kicks in.
Yeah.
The mask is what she knows. The mask is what she
Yeah.
will be going for.
I need athletics from you. So that maybe Jack is not alone.
Yes.
Not alone. What?
Where's my athletics? There. Oh, that's not. I'm not that good. I thought that would be physique. All right, 3.
That's a
Good.
3. Would you like to boost in any way? Because that's beating by 1, which puts you 7 away.
The glitch shift, the stunt that we do, is that useful in this situation?
Yes, it is.
+2 on the next. See alternate timeline. It's corrupted as well, so you might.
Yes.
You might get excited about that.
Oh, I am excited by it. That is just going to glitch you a little bit faster forward. And I think with that, would you also like to spend a fate point? We have to spend 1 for that. No, it's a stunt. You just get it for a stunt. No, you know, corrupted stunt. You have to spend a fate point for. Would you like to spend 1 more?
To get more?
To bump, yeah, to get more. And maybe also bring in a timeline aspect for it.
Yeah, I'm looking at that just now. The Yellow King is here somewhere. Aspect. Would make a lot of sense, given that we are about to get to that mask, the mask that anchors him.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that is exactly where he will reform.
Indeed. Spend the fate point.
So I would like to evoke that. I think that has
Please
me.
do.
I've spent 3 now with that. To do the corrupted stunt, I have to spend 1 as well.
Yep, which
Is that
means
correct, or?
that, yep, and then you actually speed past John. You are 3 away from the mask at Jack, and Jack is 4. John, what do you do?
John, hearing Renee tell him that he has to see it through, he realizes that.
Oh, you have now 2 group fate points, by the way.
He realizes that he knows how to fix everything because he saw it in his dream. So I don't know if there's anyone around John. You just hear him say, I need to get to the mask. Can you guide me there? I know you've spoken to me before, so what's one last time?
Would you like to get to the mask?
Very much so.
It will be another corruption, which will give another negative ripple. Because you are at 3 negative check marks. At this point in time, there are 3 negative check marks. If you take 1 more, it's a negative ripple. Yes, please, a corruption quarter for our Lydia.
But I mean, it can save everyone, so what choice does John have?
You can see, Elaine, shadows starting to form around John. You think they might be Jack's shadow. You remember that Jack sometimes, the other Jack, the goth Jack, could slip through shadow. Maybe it was John who could. You feel the seep of corruption as John begins to prepare to shift through time and space. Would you like to do anything before he does?
He says out loud, Could you repeat again what you wound up saying out loud, John?
If I could save everyone.
He said,
I could save everyone. I think as she snaps back from the vision with Haley and the book, and she looks at John kind of together, right, alone in this room.
Yep, with the body of Haley.
And John, I couldn't bear it if saving the world meant losing you. Don't resort to that. The mask isn't the only thing that's keeping the king here. But I wouldn't bear. I just know that even if it meant wiping the world of the king and undoing this all, I don't think it would be worth it if it meant losing you. He's in that book. I can see him. And I would love to, let's see. Oh my god, my cat. I don't know if you can hear her. She's very loud. I want to do something, some kind of thing to encourage John right now, because I think especially like relying on the relationship of like trusting John with his powers is something I really want to do right now. Is there something Elaine could do for that to like give him a boost or an aspect? Rapport? Okay.
Yep.
Let's see what happens. It's average. It's average.
John, I'd like you to roll will. Now let's talk about fate points. You two are tied. Using a fate point will allow you to either resist this call to not be lost, or using a fate point for your end, Elaine, could help you convince him not to be lost. And it's the aspects. Would you like to spend fate points, any of you all?
I will spend to invoke the relationship, trusting John with his powers for sure, because I think that fits in this moment.
It does. 3
so I'll
to
fit
1.
it up to a 3.
John, what about you? Do you want to resist this call?
I'm going to invoke Dreams Lie to reroll.
All right. Please do. Spend that fate point. That's a 4. Elaine, John is currently beating you by 1. John is looking like he will shift away from you. Do you want to spend a fate point? This is a moment. You can see you are losing him. He thinks he has to save the world, and to do so, embrace the shadows. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Okay, good.
It's the kitty screaming. I think because the aspect I invoked is trusting John with his powers, I think Elaine does kind of let go.
Really?
Yeah. I think she lets go.
You let go. John, you may shift away and take another corruption and a negative ripple. Hits the timeline.
As this happens, John just looks at Elaine. He's like, "It's okay, Elaine. It's just a dream."
And I will, by the way, give you a fate point for that self-compel, because that is exactly what that is. And as you shift using Jack's shadow, who says to you as you move, "It is good to see you return, Quiet One." You are pulled as if you are a shadow flitting across, like skipping across stones, down the hallway right to the Lost and Found. 3, Jack. You are
Hi.
4 steps away, like 4 shifts away from that Lost and Found, and Renee is 1 step ahead of you, and you see your shadow slip off of your body, slide into the Lost and Found, and manifest John, looking a bit more Carcosan than you remember. And you're 4 away from him and the mask and Nigella Clark.
There is a thing I would like to do.
I'm here for it.
But I do not know.
This moment.
Yeah,
I need slightly more dramatic music.
I'm seeing Carcosa John ahead of me.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems...
I'm going to note one thing before you finish. There is one last donated aspect from Mellow Yellow that you may use as you will. I have not named it. You may if you wish. You can hold off and let someone else name it, but there's an aspect that is floating around that can be added to this scene, or the one in the ballroom. I'm just going to note it.
There it is. I was looking for a handle here, and if yeah, okay. So because I want to, my idea here involves running in, if I can make it in there.
Yep.
And basically getting either trying to destroy the mask. But the thing is that obviously there's someone who looks like Carcosa John ahead of me, and I'm like, my immediate thought is, well, 2 immediate thoughts. Oh crap, they're in league. Oh crap, the bad one won. Which that's as complex as it gets, right? As far as for him, because he doesn't know a lot of this crap. So what this scene needs for him to be able to pull off this heist is a distraction.
Yes.
So once again, he will reach into his pockets.
Yeah.
And he is going to pull out a smoke grenade of the sort that magicians use, colored smoke.
Yes, indeed.
Lob it ahead of him as he's trying to run in there, so that there will be confusion, and he's trying to see if he can say, okay, where's the mask? I got to sneak in there and grab it while they're distracted.
Colored smoke everywhere is the aspect for this scene. Please make your athletics roll.
I shall endeavor to do so.
You are 4 away. Renee is 3. Carcosa John is there with both anchors.
I have a question.
Oh,
what
I'm ready
is
for
the
it.
Pallid Mask made of? Is it fabric? Is it ceramic? Like, do we not know till we get closer to it?
It is ceramic.
Cool. Thanks.
It is ceramic. It is a very nice ceramic, painted all white. Did I get your? There it is. All right, that is one. You want another 3 to get there.
Another 3 to get there?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Because I feel like it's important.
It is important.
So, if you don't mind terribly, I feel as though I'm about to spend more fate points.
I think you should. And if you can use some timeline aspects, that'll be good for you. Because we are right at this is the moment.
That too is going to happen.
Yep.
And also on that aspect that has just been laid on the scene, that's just a regular aspect, right? Requires fate points to activate, I would assume. Okay.
But it is also true.
So,
it is also true,
excellent.
even if you don't invoke fate points, which means no one can see anything in there. That is true.
Yeah. But hopefully I was able to spot where the mask was. If not, we'll see.
Yeah.
Then I am used to these conditions. So I'm going to so one fate point shall be for the main reason that he's like running as fast as he is to try to do this is because the Yellow King is here somewhere, and
that is true. That is true.
we need to get this thing.
3.
And let's see, and I'm gonna have to spend another one to get me down to 1.
And what will we be invoking?
We will be invoking. Stand by.
Close.
Okay. I think that we're going to use.
Tell me.
I'm going to use. I feel as though, and let me know if this is a little too far, if I'm reaching too far here.
I'm with you.
Because I'm going to call into play a second distraction that gives me the time that I need to get in there.
Okay, give it to me.
And I'm going to invoke "They're here to help us." And if I may,
please,
because I'm assuming Lost and Found is sort of a booth. You can see out of it, maybe things correct. And what have you.
Yes.
So I would like the what's left of the Goth team to appear to distract them, as they have realized that in order to that they're probably going to have to possibly try to bail us out of this.
Jackie Dash, you're back on the scene as Goth Haley. I just need you to know it. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yep. There it is, right there. Goth Haley is in the house. Goth team in the house.
Goth Haley is the long, thin, like stick bug kind of, like still wearing the Haley Howler crop top, which is a normal shirt usually. And I think it's all dark, but her 3 sets of eyes open and one's infrared, because why not?
Yes, of course, of course.
And I think it's just like, they know they can't interact too much with this timeline, so they just start chucking anything left in the Lost and Found through the room. So, discarded macaroni frames. That was part of a preschool event.
Yes.
Many half-made wax pour dinosaurs.
Yes.
Keychains with badly spelt names. That
yes. Yes.
And a hat that says "I'm with" or "I'm posh" Spice. All those things get tossed across the space.
That will get you, Jack, in the room. Who do you pass it to? You've got John, Elaine, Renee, and Haley. Because you're the top of the round.
I think
in this room, you've got Renee just outside, you've got Haley in, you've got John in, and you've got Elaine in the banquet room.
Gotcha.
8 way.
I think we're going to, just for the sake of this here, I think I'm gonna toss it to Renee.
Renee. Give me an athletics.
And I get +2, I believe, from the glitch shift, as it says.
That is correct.
+2 on the next one.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just +2. At the input value, I just put that into the box, right?
Yeah, that is correct. Either before or after, whichever you prefer. You will move, but you will not get there in time to do anything. You'll get there the next round, unless you want to succeed at a major cost.
No, I think I'm good for this particular one, given that there is smoke everywhere and it might take her back for a second. I think it makes sense.
2.
And
who do you pass it to? Elaine, Haley, or John?
I would like to see what Elaine is doing in the banquet room.
Elaine,
well, I wouldn't like to see it because I'm not there. But...
Yeah. You're in the banquet room. They have shifted out. You know where they're headed. You have the dagger. You're in the banquet room with the remnants of your Haley and all of this, and you are so far away from them. What would you like to do as the dagger vibrates in your hand? Mm-hmm.
Compel my trouble will do anything to defeat the king and listen to the dagger.
Nice. Would you like a fate point for that?
I will take the fate point. It'll come in handy.
Please take a fate point. The dagger says...
What does the dagger tell me?
The dagger tells you there is one way, because you have so little time. 2. The dagger will allow you to destroy one anchor at a cost. It needs essence to reach out that far, that quickly. And it can destroy the most important anchor, the book. But there's a cost. The cost is a heroic sacrifice.
Huh. Ooh.
It needs a lot of energy to do what it is that is being asked of it. And you have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
The heroic sacrifice should be you. But if you can get John to agree, it can be him. The dagger doesn't care. If John consents, the dagger will fly off and consume John to destroy the book. Or you may do it. The dagger wants blood and power. Who would you sacrifice? Team leader. Professor Chen. Yourself? Or John?
Oh man. And this is just the question, right? I'm not like, I don't have to be compelled to like actually like follow
that
through
is
with
correct.
the dagger. It's just
That is correct.
Right? Okay, yeah.
That is what that compel is for.
No. That's totally fair. It's totally fair.
And you can say no to that compel, and I'll just like take that fate point back. But that is what the dagger will give you.
If I heroically sacrifice, there's no way to really roll into that at all.
You get what you want.
At the heroic sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. I think I will refuse the fate point because at this point, like, I think, especially still in this room with the remnants of Haley, is this kind of a thing. It's like, oh no, like, it's at what cost and at what point does that cost? Like, how? I think she just asks like, but are we no different than Carcosa?
You can, if you like, roll a spell instead. You can just have it with a heroic sacrifice,
Oh,
or you can roll it,
okay.
which may also be a heroic sacrifice
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in the end.
Very aware.
And this is on you then.
Okay. I think Elaine is not for this heroic sacrifice, but is willing to like, no, we'll do it. We'll do it.
You need an 8.
I need an 8. Okay.
You do.
Okay.
We need
Is
to
it
beat
academics,
an 8.
right?
That's what you need.
I need
It
to beat
is.
an 8. That's fair.
You need to beat an 8.
Okay. So I have the dagger.
Tell me about the ritual you begin.
Oh man. I don't have this corrupted stunt anymore because I've rewritten it, but it's from what the best I can remember. So it's
Yes.
like still fiddly. It's
Yes.
a book that
Yes.
I remember reading, but it's been a
Yep.
long time, and it's even then an incomplete spell. So there's a lot of it that's been theoretically kind of filled in. I remember the page. I remember the page with my notes, Valerie's notes. So I begin to try and remember what part of it is. There's some of my blood. There's
Yes.
some of what the spores. I think, if you
Yes.
will, Jackie Dash, some of the spores from Haley is used in a way of like kind of the circle around it, right? It encircles the entire ritual circle. And she begins to draw the symbol that she half remembers, half made up in some parts, as this sigil made of the light blood and ichor of what's around in the room, with lines and circles and crescents in odd spaces. And the last bit is the blood from her hand in the very middle.
Yes. Roll.
Academics.
That's a 3.
Okay. That's a 3.
You get a +2 from the dagger. Also, you're going to get a
That's a 5.
Corruption for Elaine.
That's fair.
You need 4 more.
Okay.
That's 2 fate points.
Okay. Can I use the aspect notes from the past?
Yes. Because you are thinking of notes from your past 100%. And then
all right, the notes from my past. And
the
then
second
I will
aspect.
And then the fate point of the Yellow King's plague is unraveling. In the same way that we've unraveled the plague,
Yes.
I will unravel the Incubus.
Yes.
Right? He's
Yes.
here, but this to me feels like the circle, right? Fulfilling what we've done once and we do it again.
Roll a will save of 10.
Oh my god. Okay.
That's 6. You have 1 fate point left if I count correctly.
So there are 2 group fate points, correct?
Yes, there are. You're going to be taking 6 mental shifts right now if you don't spend some fate points.
Okay.
As the dagger flies out of your hand through the air.
I will spend a fate point. Believe to invoke. They're here to help us? Question mark? Because this feels like a questionable thing. Trusting this dagger that is like consumed a lot of stuff very questionably.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thank you, Raiders, by the way. Welcome in.
Oh, thank you.
That's soaking 5. And by the way,
5.
I'm sorry, soaking 4. 4
so I would
mental
take 2?
stress. You would take 4 mental stress.
After that? Okay. 1, 2.
So 4 total.
Can I do that? I think I
You
will.
might meet a consequence.
I might meet a consequence.
How much mental stress do you have open?
No, I have 6 open.
Oh, then you're good.
Because I took 2 physical, so I will.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll just build up to. I will take the 4 mental stress, and so it can build up in something probably worse a little later on.
So you can pass it to either Haley or John as your dagger slips out of your hand as if you had thrown it, and it shoots down the hallway. Who goes next, Haley or John?
Haley, my favorite stick
Haley.
bug.
Stick bug Haley. You are in this room. It is full of smoke, but you can see through it because you have your eyes. There are people here. There's a mask. What are you going to do?
Now this is wild. Is Jack in the room yet?
Yes, one, by the way.
Is there a way I
One.
can use... Is this one? Is it I don't get another turn? 'Cause-
I'm just
or-
saying, one. Go ahead. Just noting. We went from 5, we're now at 1. Go ahead. It's all you.
Do I... Oh, infrared. I wouldn't see a dagger infrared style.
Not yet. It's on its way.
How did this happen? I think Stickbug Haley is going to just like jump and tackle the person with the mask. So hopefully someone else has another turn, but more just get it to the ground.
You could also just try to destroy the mask. If you wanted to.
Let's do that. I mean, let's do that.
Because you're right there. You're right there.
Yeah.
Give me a fight.
Is athletics knocking to the? I'll just do it. I'll just do fight.
You could do athletics to knock her down if you wanted, or you could do fight to destroy the mask.
I'm
athletics to
looking
grab
at my
the
cop.
mask.
Yeah. Because I get a bonus to physique when... No. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do another corruption. I will just do a fight to knock it to the ground.
Please do. Please do. It is my pleasure if you would. Mediocre. Let's see how Nigella is, because she's, not a fighter. She's a director of a museum. Okay, she rolled a -2. You are able to hit the mask and you crack it, but it is not broken. There's only one other person to pass it to, which is John.
I do
John,
so.
what would you like to do?
Is the king here yet?
No, not yet. Soon. Very soon. The king will return soon. 1.
And can I will him in now?
Can you will the king in now? Would you like that to be a self-compel? Because I will give you a fate point to bring the king in now.
Sure.
And so it is done. John concentrates. Tell me how you call your friend back to this space.
I remember back to the dream. That was me handing the mask to the king.
It was.
And as I think deep on it and then look up, he's there.
He is.
Waiting for me to hand it to him.
He is. And as you reach towards him, he is there. The king in yellow reforms 1 turn early. Manifests, tall, thin. And at that moment, the dagger strikes John's dream journal. And the dream journal lights a flame and begins to burn. The aspect, John, you are on fire. as is your book. Now, it is the top of the round. John, who would you like to turn it to? Which includes, the King in Yellow is also now in this space.
Let's hand it over to Renee.
Renee, you are here. You can move in. You have the King in Yellow, who has manifested. And I will note that the King in Yellow is beginning to glitch. The King in Yellow has full up all of their consequences, by the way, but they have refreshed all of their stress. All their stress is cleared, but they have consequences. Their limbs are breaking and falling apart. There is a shifting between old king, current king. You can see them being confused and uncertain. And by the way, that just means basically 3 free invokes that you have on them. What would you like to do? But not all of the anchors have been destroyed. The mask is cracked, but not broken.
I will.
And John just called forth the King in Yellow. Just that I mentioned that.
Yeah. I want to punch John, but he's on fire, so that's good.
He's on fire, that's true.
Do I let someone else destroy the mask and try and hold off the king while I can? Or do I destroy the mask myself? That's the question. Logically, I know that Haley has the mask. I know that it's cracked. And it should be easy for someone not trained to finish that job.
Yeah.
Whereas holding off the king to make sure he doesn't interfere seems like the smarter role for someone like Renee. So that's what she's going to do. She will try and, as he's shifting similar to her through timelines, through existences, she will essentially try and half tackle, half hold him in place. So he cannot shift away, he cannot do anything to stop.
How is your physique?
Our plan. Great.
How's your physique? You should roll it.
Literally great.
You should roll it. As you tackle the King in Yellow. That's a 3. I'm going to do my athletics to try to defend that. As the King, you beat the King by 2. The King is now tackled. You have just put an aspect on the King with a free invoke, by the way. The King is tackled and cannot move until the King breaks away. Who do you pass it to? As you hold on to the King, you can feel corruption. You can feel the bad. It is seeping into your bones, and you can taste it in your teeth as you hold on to this figure that is only, it is the smell of disease. But the King cannot move.
She will scream, and you can hear the pain in her voice as the corruption is burning like acid and eating through her skin. And almost melting parts of him onto parts of her. Destroy it! And I'm passing it off to Jack, who is was close to the mask and close to Haley, hoping that they can finish the job.
Yep. Jack?
Okay. The mask. Is it on a stick?
It is. Like so.
Okay. If it's available to grab, by said stick
Mm-hmm.
and free to be picked up. I will do that and smash it against the hardest surface I can find. There's a counter
Would you
here, that'll
like-
do.
Yes, it'll do. It is already mostly broken. You need to give me physique, and you just need one shift of success. It's a difficulty 2, so you just need to hit a 3, because Bug Haley, broke it almost half the way. You just need to finish it.
All right, here we go.
That is what you need. Fight will also work. Fight or physique. Whichever you prefer.
With physique.
You're going to muscle through this one. So, you need a fate point if you want to destroy this.
I have 1 fate point remaining.
You have 1.
And
what will you invoke?
I'm going to invoke... let's see. Have I already tagged the Yellow King is here? This
you
one?
can do that.
Or is this a separate? Yeah.
It's a separate roll. You can do it.
Because it's very simple.
Yeah.
And I just sort of look at the Yellow King. I just sort of smile. Well, now you see him. And I smash the mask.
And you smash the mask. And the Yellow King dissipates. And you're in this hallway, in this booth, and there's one person who is in the ballroom. By the way, that is 2. That's 1 for destroying the first anchor, 1 for destroying the second, and 1 for stopping this moment, which gives you 1 more positive ripple. But Elaine, you are not in this booth. You are in the ballroom. And as you stand there, you see Carcosa slowly melting away, turning back to the British Museum. But something's wrong. You've done a lot. But the king is not dead. Not dead. The king cannot come back here through those anchors. But the king might return in 10 years. You have a timeline. Maybe even earlier. But in the timeline, the king returns. And you know you all have to prepare for it. And so, if we could go to... Can we go to the playmat, Lydia, if that is possible? Oh, no, I actually need... Wait, no, we cannot do that just yet. I mean, we can. But you know what's happening. John... Carcosa John is gone. Carcosa John is gone. And could we get the other? Actually, no, it's fine. I know what we got. We have to, with this event over, do the ripples in the timeline, and then find out what happens. There are 2 negative ripples. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positive for a net of 3. Where would you like to place them? You have the rise of the great old one. Tell me where you assign them.
Definitely 1 on the foe. Since we just messed with the king just a little bit. So neutralizing that.
And so it is done. And so it is done. I'm going to place you over here.
We have 2 more?
As you can see. You have 2 more. How do you want to affect the timeline? In preparation for the rise of the king.
I'd like to place 1 on the thing, if that's okay with you.
And 1 more.
How about the person? How do we feel about that? Or it's like we just dealt with him. Perhaps it'll make it easier.
Hmm. And so now I must ask you all, as we end this moment, you have not 10 years, you have 5. In 2025, the King in Yellow will rise. And so I ask each one of you, Renee, Jack, John, Haley, and Elaine, how do you spend the next 5 years preparing for the rise of the King in Yellow? Haley. Goth Haley now. Stick bug Haley.
I would like to, if I may be bold, I think I might
Please.
speak for the goth team. So please correct me.
Speak for the goth team.
If I speak against the goth team's vision. I think the goth team does some good. I think they use their knowledge and they keep continuing doing these small. There are other timelines. There are other mess up, and I think they continue to go in, jumping in and out. There are other, there are other timelines where Elaine is the one with the dream vision, and John is the one who's trying to reach out to a friend. There is, dream visions where they're trying to find Renee's child. And I think the goth team continues to just try to support those timelines. And I don't think all of them make it to 25. I think some of them don't make it to 2025, as the time stream is messy. So, but I think that's what they do. They continue their path, knowing that if they do so, that is the mission. And I also think they take a small road trip, backpacking across Europe. I think they have time for that.
Of course.
I think they've never experienced a Europe that hadn't fallen into the ocean because of some Cthulhu-related monster. So I think they also enjoyed Europe, and they definitely get all the delicacies of that area.
Renee, what do you do in these 5 years?
Renee helps the goth team as best as she can, because not just to possibly find a timeline where her daughter is alive and well, but because when it comes to timelines, she knows her way around them. She is the best expertise they have. It's a frustratingly long amount of collecting information, retelling her various experiences within these timelines, what was where and when, trying to make sense of it. And she's not built for that. She's not sitting behind a desk writing things down kind of person. So eventually she will train. She will go back to what she knows. And with every message that comes back from the goth team that says, we haven't found her yet, she will get grittier, she will get more bitter and more focused on destroying the king when he comes back. We're going full old Sarah Connor, basically.
Full Sarah Connor. I'm into it. And Jack, how do you spend these 5 years?
So Jack will, I think, realizing that there is a definite possibility of this happening again, is going to shift focus somewhat. It's going to try to, in a sense, he's almost gonna retire the Gideon Fox character in a way, but he'll do it in a way as to sort of shift the focus onto the benefit work that they started.
Yeah.
In an effort to try to get as many people on this planet inoculated
Yeah.
as possible
Yes.
so that if the disease does come, it will
be weaker.
The king will show up to find that, well, we found a cure. And in addition, he will, as a side note, his criminal contacts, he's not going to do much in the way of jobs himself, but he's going to try to help direct people toward things that will, doing some research, trying to find things out, doing basically directing things there toward things that will help fight the King in Yellow when he appears. And in any time that he has left in between such things, he will not so much be a stage magician himself, except special events, benefits, that kind of thing, but will work as his sister Maggie's engineer, basically the Michael Caine from The Prestige, basically helping her on the technical end and helping her, do what she wants to do, actually reconnect with her and his family, and try to make sure they're going to be safe.
Or would ask if she could be gotten a stage manager job for your sister so she could not be so far from you.
It is a strange and awkward thing, reconnecting with someone that you were with a long time ago and whom, you read they died in the paper, and then it, things happened. But Jack feels at the very least that he owes that to her, if that's what she wants. But it will be a very slow... I don't know if there will be a rekindling of the relationship, but if so, it will be
complicated.
It'll be a slow burn, but it'll be a thing where he's going to try to get everything right this time.
Now, I wanted to go over to Elaine, but Elaine's gone dark, which makes me all... We're going to get her back in a moment. And so I will say before, there's a young lad. Oh, good. Elaine. What does Elaine do in these 5 years?
I think there's something between her and John, but she shifts her focus for sure. Like, I think together there's probably conversation after this, but in the long vision, she keeps her promise to find Robbie. Figure where he is. Probably brings news that his sister is gone. This is that he knows is gone.
Joey.
Oh, Joey. Sorry, Joey. And bring news that his sister is gone, and ours to help in whatever way. I mean, I'm sure everything that happened at the museum is kind of public knowledge and all of these things, and just kind of gave him the rundown, like she was there, and she man, what would encompass Haley's ending? Like,
he wants you to train him. If there is going to be something like this that happened and his sister died for it, he wants to be trained.
Yeah, I think there's probably some contact before I think Goth Team and Renee split off to like kind of accommodate this as we're going, at least to get the start of this. And I think that's kind of what Elaine helps with. I think she also reaches out to her current self because she's like, fuck the timelines. I watched Gideon Fox die. Fuck the timelines. And doesn't try to run away from that past because it's like, well, this is where we're at, and the more we're all in the dark from each other, the less we're going to get accomplished. So I think that's kind of what she sets off to kind of focus her time to do in the next few years.
And what about John?
If you don't mind, could we quickly go back to the end of the King?
Of course.
So as the King dissipates,
for now,
the mask shattered, the book on fire, you just see John turn back to the group and say, with a smile on his face, he's like, "Don't worry about me. I'm just a dream."
Hmm.
And as things are fading away, you see him step forward into what you all can swear look like the doors of Carcosa.
Hmm.
So for the next however many years it is,
Hmm.
John, in whatever world this is there at the right hand
feast.
of the king,
Hmm.
trying to convince the king that this isn't what he wants.
Hmm. Hmm.
And maybe
And you,
everyone will catch glimpses of John in their dreams every now and then. But John's in Carcosa
and
at the right.
in 2025, the King in Yellow rises. But this time, rather than a horrific outcome, it is fair. The King in Yellow appears, as was foretold, beginning in London. Someone thought that it was a street performer in a ragged yellow coat and mask, until the king reached out his hand and a yellow fog stretched forth and started enveloping people. And those people began to get sick with a disease that had been discovered and worked on some years earlier in Sierra Leone. And immediately a number of people got sick and died. Some became corrupted and transformed into these figures. And this king then showed up in Helsinki, in Rome, a handful of cities across the globe. Not all at once, but it took a couple of hours here and then, and people sent out word that it was happening. And people began to try to protect themselves from it. And when the king arrived, the king put out their hands to bring forth Carcosa. But the city of Carcosa, the great city underneath Peru, could not emerge fully. Spires were raised in cities and parts of the world. Buildings were transformed into Carcosa, but only some and not as many. And the people, many of them died, many of them transformed. Millions of people died. But the world remained our earth and was not Carcosa. The king in yellow dissipated, called back by his friend John for meetings, and would come back here and then every couple of years to reinfect and try to re-anchor himself into our world. There was terrible devastation. People lost people. A young man named Joey fought to help alongside Elaine, Jack, Renee, to stop what has happened. There was great loss, but the world was not lost. And there is one moment when Joey turns to Elaine and says, "Professor Chen, we can go back and make this better. I know there was time travel. Would you make a new team? I saw that you had the dagger. We can make a new team. We can go back. We can fix it. We can make it better. Will you do it? No one has to die.
I still remember the ritual, and maybe there's a chance. At all
We can
costs,
do this.
I guess.
We can do it. I'll get Renee. And Jack, will you try to get John?
We can try. It's always worth it, right?
And maybe I can save my sister.
Well, first let's definitely talk about some expectations. It's going to be weird. We're going to try to not mess with timelines. Still got to try to stick with that as much as we can. And I think she kind of like sees that there's a lot of hope, but also wants to like
Temper
if we're
that
making
hope a
this
bit.
decision, it's a big decision. But let's make the big decision together. Is kind of where she leads Joey.
And perhaps there's a room where we see a secret meeting of all those assembled to discuss rebuilding the timeline project. And that is where we end. Fate of Cthulhu, The Return of Carcosa. I want to thank everybody in chat for being here for this amazing adventure. And I mostly want to thank the players for being amazing, getting a good, fair outcome from that one. I was worried. And I would like us to go around the room, have us say who we are, where we can find you, and to give a concluding thought for this amazing adventure. And I would like to start with the one, the only, the fantastic, the fantabulous, the patient, the brilliant Half-Arsed Hermit. Our tech, our Renee, our superstar. Please.
Thank you. Trooper has a thing where he just makes me blush with compliments whenever he gets the chance to. And I'm slowly coming around from no compliments, get off me, to aw. So we'll work on that. But I cannot begin to tell you guys how glad I am that I got to tech and play in this game. Because you know, I've been doing this for this whole last year, basically, and at some point you do get a little bit jaded with games all the time, so many people, so many different settings. Yeah, I think we all have a little bit of an exhaustion, TTRPG exhaustion thing going after this year, because there's only so much escapism you can do. So it's really, really good. It's really, really refreshing when it comes along that reminds you of why TTRPGs are the best thing ever. And with players that are just A, imaginative as fuck, B, incredibly willing to run into the knife 10 times, and a GM who understands what horror means and what it should be, because so many GMs I see are just using it for either cheap scare tactics, or they, you know, the whole mwahaha suffering. Yeah, cool, that's fun, we like doing that.
Blood.
But if you do it for the sake of itself rather than, you know, tell a story with people and take care of each other within all the horror stuff, then you're doing it wrong. And Trooper is definitely doing everything right in that regard. So I am very, very happy about this, and I cannot wait to see what else you have planned for Tachyon Squadron, which I'm letting you talk about that later on. I snatched basically all of your names into my want to play with again potpourri of wonderful people, and yeah, I will work on that. as for me personally, I'm half-horsed hermit, and I am here a lot, bound and chained to weave the tale, which is where I live now. But I can also be found over on Colonomicon every other Friday. So we have obviously not yesterday. So next week again, we have the GM postmortem, where we talk to game developers, GMs about just running better games, their thoughts, just a little bit of a chat show. Occasionally we know what we're doing. Most of the time we don't.
Cool.
But for some reason, people still want to talk to us. Like Trooper was on some time ago. We had Wally on last week. We're going to have this week Will Munn, who just created Arium, a beautiful, beautiful RPG that has world building as part of the game and is so very, very adaptable to literally any setting you want to run. So if you're looking for a setting agnostic game, please check it out. And yeah, that's who we're going to talk to next Friday over on Colonomicon at 7 p.m. EST. And on Monday, I'll be here with The Great American Witch. So I've got my own little
your finale,
torture
right?
thing. No, we have dallied. We have a couple more sessions because we had some people being ill. How dare they? I know. And we have a couple more sessions for this one. But we'll be on for 3 or 4 more shows. So, and of course everything's on YouTube, just like this show as well. So if you want to check that out, please do. It's my lovely coven in New Mexico in the 1970s. Yes, we're boomers. We have been dealing with that for a while, and they're in deep trouble because the grandmother witch who was keeping a truce with the Illuminati to protect the city, or the village, town, that's the word, just died. So the truce is on. Illuminati will move in. Things will happen. I don't know which ones, but they will be terrible. Yay. That is on Monday, 5 p.m. EST, and I'm going to shut up now and let all you lovely faces talk.
Let me slide on over to Wild Engineer, who I love for their commitment to in-character choices while playing at least 3 characters. John is an amazing character. All of the Johns, always surprising me, always come up with really cool ideas. Such a wonderful figure to play, and I'm adored. I love it. I love it to pieces. Tell us who you are, where we can find you, and then give your concluding thought of love for the campaign and your fellows.
Thanks, Trooper. Yeah, I'm Wild at Wild Engineer on Twitch and Twitter. Gosh, you can't see me here anymore, but I guess you can see me on Open for Adventure on Wednesday for another show finale of our Uncaged series. And yeah, I guess I'm on a few more episodes left of our podcast of Crossroads Carnival on Powered by the Players. But yeah, I mean, just playing with all y'all was so amazing. Everyone's coming to character was just incredible. Honestly, John wouldn't be half as amazing as he was without all of y'all just exuding such amazing characters, like with Elaine, just the amount of growth and support she provided to John, and Renee being super steadfast in her decisions and knowing exactly what she needed to do. Haley always being an awesome wild card and just always with the snacks and the coffees and the all of your socials were amazing. And Jack / Gideon, that was just amazing with everything you brought in. And all the tricks and double crossings and magical performances. And Trooper, my God, this world you built was just amazing. It's just creepy and horrible and just wonderful in all the right places. So yeah, I can't give any specific highlights because this whole game was just a highlight for me. So I have to thank you all.
Which leads me to Sour Fruit Junkie, who I will say, whenever you run a horror campaign, have a creature designer as a player in that campaign. That is my recommendation for you all. I love not only Sour Fruit Junkie's mind, her creatures' minds are amazing, but I love just the way like we get this like one of that really important moment when Haley's like, I'm gonna trust John. And John brings forth the king in yellow, but then spends the rest of the time undermining the king. Like this really amazing sort of process of growth, heart, insight, and also finding Joey, right? And then we get that Joey back, that Joey who may in the end up having those huge wings, just going to go and find his sister and bring her to safety. So please tell us who you are, where we can find you, and give some love.
I'm Steph. You can find me at Sarafruit Junkie on the internet and the interwebs. My Instagram is full of pictures of things I draw and my pet snake and pet cat. It's really like the show. Everything is amazing. I definitely, I think, really want to do a shout out for like the trust that everybody has here, which is something that I think people talk a lot about in gaming, but it's actually a really hard thing to practice and to do with other people. Since the beginning, we've always had Half Hour's Hermit. Lydia always checking in chat whether things were okay or not, even when she was not in any of the scenes. Like she was back there, like giving us the okays. Okay, so is this okay? Is everyone cool with this? Which set the path for a lot of us to be able to communicate in that chat of like, hey, what's going on, and to also promote use of the green card. I'm trusting Trooper, where most of this episode I was like, oh yeah. I will totally go do the thing and go into this like one man job in the museum because I trust that Trooper's gonna make it all okay. Because
I mean,
why
for
wouldn't
various
he?
versions of okay for you as a
Yeah.
player,
We
maybe
made
not
it.
for
I
your
mean, in the end, we
character
made
so
it,
much.
right? So
Yes.
yeah, exactly. It's fine. Trusting Jackie Dash with Haley's choice in the end. And it was just this thing where I was like,
Oof.
okay, like this is how she wants to go, and we've
Yeah.
kind of given the outs and respecting that choice and taking it, even though it was like a very big moment. But handling that character death was like, I'm immensely grateful for the group people to do that. Trust with other Doc. My God, Jim, you always get us out of so much shit. And it's always wonderful.
Yep.
And it's
Yes.
wonderful to see that and to know you're always collaborating a way in and out of just absolute nonsense and wild. That ending is amazing. That's it. Like that's just it. It's just so satisfying, and to be able to like kind of work that out between even our characters and the group was very, very deeply satisfying as a player. So thank you for that. Thank you all for that.
Speaking of Jim, yes, that Jim other Doc. Jim, who are you? Where can we find you? And give some love. But before you do, I just want to say I have so much. I want to say that you are such a great model of the way to use lines and veils well as a player. And what I mean by that is the way that lines and veils work best is when people update them and they talk about them and you share. And that is vulnerable to do. And I want to say that each one of the players gave lines and veils. Everybody was engaged. But sometimes you're like, oh, I did my lines and veils, and then you're done with them, right? But sometimes you're like, you know what? Hold on. We're like in episode 5. I've got a new one to think on. And that is doing that. When you did that and you said, oh, I have a new one, which was not what I was going to do anyway, it was fine. But when you did it, it made me know that as a GM, I could feel safe, right? Because as a GM, I can't feel safe as a GM unless I know that everybody participates in this for real. Because how can I give you scary things unless I know that you will tell me if something's not okay, and that you let me know even if it's small and silly, or if you think it's small and silly. If you say, you know what, I just want you to know I'm not into like capes right now, it's freaking me out. And I was like, you know what, thank you. And so I want to say that you were able to set such a good tone by being a good and present player in a way that helped me be a GM who felt safe. Because sometimes people don't think about GM safety, but GMs also need safety, and I get to be safe when players tell me how they're feeling. So I want to thank you for setting that tone, which everybody yes-anded, and then everybody also just did it. And then we got, hey, how's everybody's with their lines and veils every episode, and I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for the gift of just saying, you know what, Haley, go and kill Gideon Fox. We're going to just like redo this right now. And the story of redemption and change. And I feel like each character gives us these really interesting stories of redemption and change, and the way in which Jack confronted his younger self and made different choices and became a better person was beautiful. And I want to thank you especially for the benefit concert. Right? That benefit concert. I mean, of course, I could be like, thank you for the poster and the amazing things you did at the Return of the Ancients. But for me, it was that moment when you're like, I'm going to do this benefit concert. That was beautiful. And I want to thank you for that. And I love everything that you've brought to it. And so, if you would, who are you? Where can we find you? And, give some love.
I am a man who told himself he wasn't going to get misty-eyed tonight. But thank you so much. That means a lot. More than I can actually express right now, and there are reasons for that. Because as many folks have probably perhaps twigged to, but perhaps not everyone, streaming's not easy, and
No.
I really appreciate it. But I'm going to answer the questions and give my plugs first, and then we're going to, and then I will share love, hopefully before collapsing into a sobbing mess. So I am, hi, I'm Jim Ryan. I am a writer, streamer, and podcaster. I am OtherDoc, that's OTHERDOC, on both the Twitch and the Twitter. I have a website at jimyesthatjim.com. For folks who want to check out some of my older stuff, mostly podcast related, but also when I have open calls for games, that's where I have the links to those. As far as things that I'm doing on my channel OtherDoc, or just OtherDoc when you go into Twitch. So on Sundays, we have been doing when we're all available, we have been doing a campaign of Dark Matter. Ghosts of Saltmaw. It's Ghosts of Saltmarsh in Space, basically, is what we've been doing, run by the wonderful Alyssa. And we may actually, if everyone's available tomorrow, which we still have to kind of check on that, as someone just recently got a COVID shot there, so we have to make sure they're okay.
Which you should do.
But yes, please, for goodness sake, go forth and do that. Inoculation is important in the real world too.
Fight the King in Yellow. Get your inoculation. Come on now.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Anyway, we are near the finale of that game also. If we're playing tomorrow, it may be tomorrow. We are fighting a terrifying psychic dragon who has the population of an entire planet of brainworms under their control. So there's a lot going on. There is much excitement, and it very well. Origami Shuriken is in chat. Our GM there, our station master there. So it's saying it may be tomorrow. So we may very well have that tomorrow. So that's usually at 3 p.m. Eastern on my channel for folks who want to check that out. I am currently running also when we're all available, because we've had real life happen the last couple of weeks, but whenever we're available on Tuesday nights on my channel, I am running an Urban Shadows campaign. That's urban fantasy powered by the apocalypse. And it is my campaign is set in Rome, Italy, present day. And that's we get to see the very fascinating things that happen when you mix traditional urban fantasy things like fae and vampires and werewolves with Roman gods. So it's been very cool, and there's so much unfolding in that, and I can't wait to get back to it. And I am let's see, other things. I am on a podcast that is currently releasing new episodes. It was an actual play we recorded for a campaign we recorded a little while back, called The Great Molasses Flood. The podcast is Tabletop Garden. That is at tabletop.garden, and it is a weird historical game in that there are science fiction elements in it, but it is set in 1919 in Boston, when there was an event, a real life event, where a big tank of molasses ruptured and flooded that part of the city. A lot of people died. It was very serious. Yeah, very serious freaking event, actually. But despite how it sounds. we've a few episodes have released. We still have more, but there is, let's say, there are certain similarities to things that happened in this game in terms of attempted prevention. But we do live through the flood at the top of the game. And I am playing a firefighter from in the Boston area, and it is yeah. So of all the angst, for those of you who like to see me play angsty characters who try to save people, there we go.
It's also really hard to clear molasses. Just side note.
Very much. And for that game, we are playing using the Rosette diceless system, which it's a diceless system based largely on just sort of comparison of stats and actually things that you that we've kind of narrated, but it's consent based very much. So the players all have control over how things happen to their characters, and it's set up. The rules are set up, and the way that the action goes with challenges is set up so that whatever the PCs are doing, that's what the game is about. So that is, I strongly recommend folks check that out if they're interested in a system that supports narrative amazingly. And the last thing I will plug is coming up on my channel around the end of the month. We are starting a short campaign of Scum and Villainy. That is from a Forged in the Dark game set in space. And very much looking forward to that. We are very close to having that cast, the cast together for that. And those are all my plugs. And I shall now turn and bleed all over from the heart all over everyone. This has been wonderful. This has been a great experience. I have really just the sheer everything of this campaign has been glorious. I really appreciate Lydia for being able to juggle 5 million tasks and come on and play Renee to save our asses when we need her. It's been wonderful seeing that, and having her there has been really great. And so I really appreciate it. It was really fun having her in the finale. I want to say that in this episode in particular, there was that scene between Elaine and John where they were fighting over his soul. Essentially, was nail biting. Yeah. That was freaking awesome. I have to say that just Steph, just the deep humanity you brought to Elaine, and just with her philosophizing, but also with her just trying to do the right thing. And actually knowing how to get at to get at the problem and trying to balance that against her humanity. It was a beautiful journey to watch, and I really appreciated it. Wild, dear God, it is always fun playing with you, and I'm so glad I got to be as a player with you in this campaign. Because this was so fun. You are so committed to your characters, no matter which iteration you're playing.
Yeah.
And it was just on the edge of my seat every freaking time. But it was always, you always do, I think, what is really cool for the story, and I really appreciate that. Claudia, Haley was so good.
I know.
And yeah, that was the most extra death scene I think I've ever seen, and I loved it. All hail the queen. And then coming back for very glad we had an opportunity to bring you back as Goth Haley. It was so good. It was wonderful actually just playing you. You two make an excellent scene partner, and it was just such a beautiful thing seeing Haley get to a point where she actually grows and is able to see beyond what she has been doing and does the right thing, and it was wonderful thing to behold. I loved it. Dear God, Trooper, you have juggled all the sabers in existence and all the flaming torches, spun all the plates, to carry us through this story, in this experience that it's damn hard to find better. And this has been a wonderful and seamless experience for me. I loved getting to play with you in both in your cameos in Dark Matter and then on the Regiment. And actually, I was so glad I had the opportunity to play with you as GM, because this was just nothing short of fantastic. I have much love for all of you. Thank you all so much for having me along with you on this journey. It's been fabulous. Thank you all.
Speaking of fabulous, the one, the only, JAKIDASH. Jackie Dash. I first saw you way back in the Hyper days over on Corporate Sins, in the same way that I saw Sour Fruit Junkie over on Death from Above, and I was like, these two people are amazing. And I have so much respect for the amazing mixture. For me, what is the Jackie Dash experience is this fun goofiness that is super creepy at the same time. Like, you are so good at horror. You were GMing an amazing show about high school students. It was like a fun time. High school students, they're just going to go and do like a game thing, and you're like, oh wait, you're pulling out all the creep showness right now. I'm into it. You have got horror down so well, and I love the way that you bring a light touch and then like, boom, you hit people hard with the creeps and the feels, and it is the best ever. And I will just say, I love what you did with Haley. Haley is this character that has this amazing depth, and of course, as Rissa pointed out, you're just amazing. My Cthulhu Confidential, like I have GM'd you in Cthulhu Confidential, amazing. I love the ways in which you bring such incredible nuance to characters in this way that will just surprise you, like creep up on them, and you're like, boom, and you're like, oh wow, that was super intense, right? And so I loved what you brought to the table. I loved Stickbug Goth Haley and like the complicated nature of the entire Goth team. And I loved the yes and the way you bring in amazing ideas. You sort of rounded out this team to make the best group of players ever. And so always, with all of the eyes, who are you? Where can we find you? And give some love.
I'm Jackie Dash. We spelled it. I play Monday Fun Days. I do long form RPGs. We're almost done with Final Fantasy 13, which is teenagers killing gods. It's my new favorite genre. High school royale, teenagers saving the world. Teenagers having to work together is fantastic. So I'm a big fan of that. I got a lot
High
of
School Royale. High School Royale you can find on YouTube, by the way, for Geek Space TV. Watch it.
It is anime themed nonsense. So I want to give a shout out to like everybody on here. Jim, you are a giver. You give so much to other players. Just thinking about like our character relationships were really, really interesting because you've had like a 10-year friendship with a character that I don't know yours as. So like that was so fun to play.
Yeah.
And I never that was just amazing. And you just give to everybody and you give opportunities and yes ands and flamethrowers, and I've learned a lot from you through this game. So thank you so much. Lydia, my goodness, I missed the second episode here, and watching you play, I was like, there's a tone Lydia is bringing, and I'm gonna bring that. Like, I got hungry to play that third episode because I was gonna capture that energy you bring with Renee. Yeah. Like, it is incredible. And so thank you so much for bringing that here. And anytime Renee was in there, I was like, this is great. Like, this is it. Like, having a fighting character with a grounded emotional relationship is incredible to see in a GM. Steph, you bring this emotional not renaissance, resonance with your characters. And you've always done that, and you've always left Breath as a friend with emotions and understanding and capturing them. And Elaine's just emotional depth was so beautiful in this horror game, because that moment where you trusted John, like,
Yeah.
it was breathtaking, honestly.
Yeah.
John, I'm gonna quote a meme for you. There's a new meme on Twitter that's saying, like, they understood the assignment. And the main concept is it's where the actor plays multiple different roles exactly on point every single time. And John, you brought that. Wild, you brought that with John. With your 3 different John, like, so many different Johns, and every time you're like, John is a character that the world moves around him because he's the dream. Like, so the fact that, like, we never knew what John was, like, what is John's goal? And it's incredible. Just watching that growth from, like, I'm average John to I am the John that creates the world. Wild, you did impeccable. Thank you. And Trooper, I swear, behind your camera, there has to be a bulletin board with all the timelines. There has to be, because it's incredible. You keeping all our different characters apart, keeping everyone's knowing everything, always having an answer. Like, you are incredible with your with grounding us, with your just having, like, a BBC newscaster just being chipper. Well, like, we always could go wild because you were the one who was centering us on the plot and the location and all that. So, and also yellow suit. Come on. It's fantastic. You're always when you're like, let's play a game, I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Like, and my last kind of
I will play with all of you again.
My last final moment that I think is really great is that Haley died, obviously, but Haley lives on forever because there's 20,000 "What Happened to Haley Howler" YouTube videos online. So truly, she lived her goal of being a YouTuber about weird paranormal stuff.
And nobody really knows what happened. They haven't found the body. It's very mysterious. People heard rumors, but I don't know. I actually heard that I saw her on a yacht down in Acapulco like 5 years ago. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there was a sighting. I'm just saying. I just love that.
Yeah. But it's too spooky for true crime. So no one really knows what happened.
It's true. Nobody knows. And I would like to thank the last person on our table, which would be Chat. Hey, Chat. Thank you. Thank you, Chat. I want to thank you, A, for showing up to this show and being here and being supportive. I want to thank Chat for being here for our extra long finale, because we wanted to finish it and we got it done, and you all stayed with us, so thank you very much for that. I want to thank Chat for donating amazing aspects that caused them all trouble, which I enjoyed very much, but also giving them boons. Like, you have all been really brilliant, Chat. Thank you for being here. Your support really makes the difference. We wouldn't be able to do this without you. And I mean, I will say, I don't know, I did theater for a long time, and I also have done television as well, and voiceover. I've done different stuff, and there's something always different about live theater, because when it's live, the audience is there, and the audience gives you energy, and it is the audience's energy that helps drive the performance. And it is, for me, the case that your chat, you being in chat, really helps this show work for me. I will not speak for anyone else, but for me, it is your presence that really helps make this something. It gives the energy and it gives the charge. So thank you. And I want to thank the entire cast. I want to thank Weave the Tale, Lydia, of course, everybody for being here, for you, chat, all of you all. And I will say, you can find me on my channel, Trooper SJP. I run City of Light and Shadows, a French resistance campaign on Fridays, 7 p.m. Eastern. You can find me there. But I suppose more importantly, you can find me GMing a 3-shot of Tachyon Squadron, which is a Fate campaign here on Weave the Tale. Not next Friday, but the Saturday. Not next Saturday, but the Saturday after, which is going to be, imagine a good space opera, very Buck Rogers, very first edition Battlestar Galactica, very Top Gun, sort of like space fighter pilots fighting pirates in space. Pew, pew, pew. So show up for that 3-shot for a romp of fun, no body horror, but lots of, like, I don't know, Kenny Loggins? I don't know, something like that. That's where you can find me, the next game I've got here. And we are going to raid. We're going to raid Penny for a Tale. They're doing Necrobiotic, which is their very, very cool game, which was originally in Italian. A really cool game in Italian. Coming over to the United States, there's going to be in English. There's going to be a Kickstarter in May, coming up real soon, and they're doing that right now. So we're going to do that. And take care of yourselves. Fight the King in Yellow. Get yourself inoculated. And also, love to every one of you. Thank you so much. Always, always, much heart, much love. We're going to do a raid. Thank you very much. This was Fate of Cthulhu, The Return of Carcosa. Thank you, Evil Hat Productions.
These are the tales we weave. Tales of magic. Tales of mystery. Tales exploring the beyond. And while we continue to grow, even more adventures await. In the depths of the unknown. Will you join us in the telling?